nervous about
No,
that one.
we were clean, never got hurt.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Do you wanna
Okay.
come help?
Whatever you
announce
Let's
that
go and
one?
call this meeting to order. Can I get everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Darcy, can we get a roll call?
Brandon Earl,
Here.
Andrea Kreifel here, Sarah Lawrence here, Jason Newberry, Jessica Siegler here, Robert White
Here.
Pat Zika.
Next up, adoption of the agenda.
I move we adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Get a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone same sign? Recognition of patrons and staff.
Nobody this evening, but I do want to mention to the board, based off of your agenda tonight, which is obviously has we have a lot of people here supporting you for these different topics, giving up their evening. So I just want to say thank you to all of you who are here to support our board meeting this month. So.
First discussion item, education spotlight, WHS newspaper class.
Yes, come on up.
How embarrassing my students aren't here.
Come on up. Come on up. It's all yours. Kathy.
Thank you, I'm Kathy Gann, I'm a math teacher at the high school, and I also work for a newspaper, and I've been a writer for probably 50 years. And my dream was that the kids get to have a paper, that they've not had one. They were arguing whether it's been 12, 15, they don't know how long it's been, but they hadn't had one. So I was real thrilled. We had 18 people signed up until the second day. They said, "You mean we have to write?" I kid you not. So we have our second edition that just went to press today, and I wanted to share it with you. It's our, I guess I can pass these around. It's our homecoming event, and our kids are learning to write. It's a different kind of writing than you do, and a lot of them don't even like to write, but I said they can do it. And hopefully, maybe someday they'll have a journalism class and learn writing and all the things that go with it. But it's something that the kids seem really proud of what they can do. And I've had a few teachers actually say, I have something I'd like to put in it. And who knows where they can go with it, but hopefully we can get it more often and share it with you. And I don't know if you have any questions or.
How long had it been since we had the newspaper?
Well,
It was called the Crimson Rainbow, right?
yeah, and the kids didn't want to, they wanted something new, so they
Yeah,
called
oh,
it
sure.
Duke's News, and that's the most discussion they've had since school started. But it's mostly been finding a format, how to put them together, since with no budget and everything, it's easy to do if you just know how to put it together. It just takes a lot of hours and time, because none of the kids want to be an editor because they don't even know where to begin. So I get to spend several hours, but I like doing it for the kids. And until we got done, one of the kids says, "Yeah, there's a typo," and I go, "Well, what's a newspaper without it?" So it will probably make a prize for whoever finds it the first time. So, but I have extra copies in my bag if anybody here wants. I have more in my other bag. So.
Say one.
But if you have anything you want to put in our paper, just let us know, and I'll teach the kids how to write it. And I appreciate knowing that they have it and they're willing to do it. And so enjoy the pictures and take any suggestions you have to make it be better. Any other questions?
I know I really enjoy the new Wellington, the Wellington papers come back out the last 3 or 4 years, and it's nice to have, I think it might be coming back everywhere. So,
Yeah.
like you said, it's different kind of writing.
Well, it's this time it's a lot of pictures, and but people like pictures because then they don't have to read the words. So I just know from that. So just let us know if there's anything you want us to cover, and I'll teach the kids. And I told them we just take pictures with our phones and write and edit it, whatever needs to be done.
I heard good things about you teaching math as well.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, really? the words this week. But that's okay. No, it's fun. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. So, if anybody else have any questions, if not, I'm sorry the kids weren't here, but they don't like to speak, so. Is somebody here? Come here.
Right on that.
Here's one of my writers. Come here. Come here. Okay, this one are writers. Tell them about what you wrote this time.
I was writing about the English and history mixed assignment that was about poems.
So that's on that page about the sonnets by masters, the reading masters, and that they're doing it with history and English, that the two teachers are working together, and the kids are creating. Aren't you writing your own?
I already did mine. It's not very good, but I did it.
Oh, I'm sure it's great.
Yeah, and then aren't we going to get that in our next edition? She's going to bring some ideas or some that are written.
Yeah, and just sent out an email for like students to send the copies.
Yeah, so she's one of mine who came up with her own idea, which is really good when you get somebody who says, oh, this is going on in class, because I said, everything you look at could be in the paper, you know, even if it's, you know, I don't care, whatever it is, it's a story. So,
Can they write letters to the editor?
sure, go ahead, we don't have an editor.
How often does it come out?
That's a question. We were hoping to do it every 2 weeks, but it's been like pulling teeth getting things together. But I think as it gets going, even we're already thinking about the Thanksgiving, you know, for what we're thankful, those kind of things. We've got a few stories already for that one, and she's going to have a follow-up. And of course, sports and anything like that we can cover. And we have Noah is a boy who his mom works for NewsCal, and he likes to write, and he does theater and things like that, and he does that part and creates. And then we have a couple of seniors who like sports, and so they want to cover sports, and the rest is just whoever does it.
That's good.
Oh, your dad's calling for you?
Thank you for
Anyway,
coming.
Thank you.
Your extra time
And I've
too.
got copies if anybody
Okay,
wants them.
great. Thank you,
And
Kathy,
then I
very
gotta
much.
get home, I've been here since 6. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Kathy, appreciate it.
You can.
Yep, I'll take care of it. Yeah, you can out and around.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gill.
Next up, the Kansas State Board of Education candidate.
Yes, Jeffrey Jarman is here to visit with the board this evening, running for Kansas Board of Education.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all for a couple of minutes this evening. My name is Jeff Jarman. I served a little over 8 years on the board up in Mays, including 4 years as the president. I know exactly what you all are going through right now. Thank you for your service. When I was on the local board, I had really very little knowledge of what the state board did, in part because we've been served so well by Jim McNeese as our state board rep for the last 12 years. But the state board does a number of things, teacher licensure and accreditation, graduation requirements, but they are also responsible for lots of really important things that impact our districts directly, including advocating for stable funding for our school districts. They are very responsible for simple things like pass-through money so that the districts who should get funding for at-risk students, funding for homeless students, funding for our nutrition programs that would normally be a part of a consent agenda are increasingly passing by slim margins, 6-4, 7-3. Our local boards have, they're nonpartisan because we know that educating our kids and protecting our communities and our families is not a partisan issue. Unfortunately, the state board is a partisan race. And I'm running because I have a deep commitment to public education, to making sure that communities like Wellington are supported by our state board member. The race is increasingly partisan, but, and I'm running as a Democrat. And Jim McNeese is a Republican, and I believe the reason why he endorsed me and not the Republican is because we have dramatically different visions about how to support school districts. And so I'm here today. I'll be happy to answer any question you have, but what I really want to encourage people to do is do the thing that we don't normally ever have to do. We have been represented well in District 10 for the last 16 plus years by people who support our public schools. So now is a chance, now is the time. We are in a spot where the board could flip, and we might have a board that will be less supportive going forward. So what I encourage everyone to do is learn about the candidates and read up and decide which of the candidates you believe supports your school district, support your community, support your teachers, and support your kids, and tell your neighbors. If that's me, I hope it's me. If it's not, that's okay. Vote for the person who represents what you believe, but in this race, it will be the last one on the ballot and is the one that I believe is the most influential in terms of advocacy for our schools. And so put a yard sign up, let your neighbors know who you support in this election. Tell them, and tell them to tell other people as well. I think it's that important, and I worry that our schools will be in a worse spot because we are focused on things at the top of the ticket, but the bottom of the ticket could determine the future of our public schools. That's why I'm here to tell you to become active about a thing we normally just don't have to be active about. Anyway, thank you very much.
I appreciate you coming. This is something that I spoke out about during the primary, and I also encourage everyone to please do your research with these candidates, because I do believe there is one that stands out above the other to help public schools, and I have great concern if we don't do our due diligence and know who we're voting for. I know a lot of people just think state school board, what is that? This race could really impact the future of all of our schools, especially our school. So please do as he said and do your research before you go to the polls, because this is a big one and this is important to us right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, you bet. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up, student Board of Education representatives.
Yes, so the board last month began the topic discussion of having potential of connecting students for representation. And so that conversation kind of ended with the idea of possibly having the leadership team at the high school as an option in that. Not that that's the end all, but that was kind of where it ended. And so went out and had a discussion with those students and with Mrs. DeFore, who's here this evening, and had a really good conversation with those kids. You got some sharp kids this year. So it was great to hear from them, and so we talked about whether the students wanted to come, and then by the end of that discussion, we decided that Mrs. DeFore would represent them in this first one to have that discussion, and so she was here this evening to discuss that with the board.
My concern, I guess, and that's I guess what I'll lead with, is you all are adults and you signed up for this and you get public criticism, and you either take it or you don't, I guess, but you signed up for it and you're adults. They are not adults, and I am concerned that if we have them on the public record, that opens them up for ridicule in the public on various, complaining kind of people, and I don't want to hook them up with that. I don't want to put them in front of the firing squad of public opinion. They're smart kids. They're good kids, but they're kids, and I don't think that they want on their shoulders the speaking for all of their fellow men. So I'm open to different ideas for what you might want to do. You're always welcome to come to my classroom and visit with them about whatever it is you want to visit with them about. But I would be concerned about, I don't know what the rules are about executive session and all of that, but I would just be concerned about them being on camera for and on the record for the wide world to see, and they say something that they're, maybe uneducated about, or maybe off the cuff, and then they get roasted at school or they get roasted online, and I just don't want to set them up for that. So that would be my concern about that. But I would take some, whatever you guys want to ask me about, I would be happy to think about that. If you've got some other ideas or some different methods that you can do about that. Like I said, I don't know what the legality is about executive session, but I just feel like that really sets them up for something that they're not old enough to be set up for.
Yeah, so I was the one that initiated this conversation, because
And I think it's great, by the way.
I'm hearing in the community and from students and, that we want more of a collaborative effort between the students. And hearing that from the students in the schools, going into the schools, hearing that. And so it was just my way of hoping, trying to bridge the gap and make it to where we're communicating and they're seeing us work as a partnership rather than a hierarchy. And so I do appreciate what you're saying, because I think those are all valid points about privacy and things like that. I don't think it would be something where they would be allowed an executive session. It wouldn't go that deep.
They couldn't.
Yeah, so, but I appreciate what you're saying, and I think all those points are valid.
I just want to protect them.
Exactly.
I just don't want them,
Yeah.
they're
So,
kids.
I think I'm trying to find the balance of,
Right.
like, how do we involve them in things that affect them, right? Knowing that they're still children,
Right.
not able to make those adult decisions.
Right.
Just trying to let them know that we do care about them and we want to work, collaboratively with them.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and I came into this saying I don't have the answers. I don't know. I just wanted to, brainstorm with everybody. So I'm not sure that maybe we've reached a good conclusion or a good solution yet. And so maybe we just, depending on what everybody else wants, I'm okay with tabling it for a while until we can.
Sure.
Maybe there's other less invasive ways to involve the students.
Sure.
So, but I just wanted that to be known that it is a desire of mine to work more collaboratively with the students and
Absolutely.
involve them in more of their own decisions. So
Yeah.
I don't know that we have a solution yet, and that's okay. But
Well, like I said, you are always, always, always welcome to come into my classroom.
Yeah.
It's last hour of the day, so you're always welcome to stop by and visit if you've got a needling question you're like, I wonder what the kids think of this. You're always welcome to come in and find out and just
and they're very
observe.
honest with you.
They are. Yeah,
So-
they definitely are honest.
Well, I appreciate you asking
So-
them and involving them in that process as well. That's the biggest thing. I want them to know that they're not forgotten about and that.
That mama bear part of me was like,
Yeah.
well, but I don't want them to be,
Yeah. No, I get
exposed
it.
to
I value privacy as
ridicule.
well, so no, I totally
So,
get it. Okay.
they're not ready for that.
What were some of their comments about it when you just shared it?
Oh, they're interested. They are interested in but I just, like I said, I was like, yeah, but.
So maybe it's like just us coming into the classroom a couple
Yeah.
times of,
Yeah,
quarter-
anytime.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, and just let me know and we'll shift the schedule around to make sure to squeeze you in. Or if you just want to come see what we're talking about, that's fine too. They're, we're working on some tough stuff this year and they're really, really digging in. So I'm excited to see where they head with that. And they're a great group of kids and a pretty well-rounded group of kids. I don't have just, all this type of kid, so that's kind of a good thing. That they all have their own ideas and whatnot. So, but like I said, anytime you want to come, just pop in.
Okay. Thank you for
You're welcome.
taking the time to do all that.
You're welcome. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
All right, next up, Chartwell's Dining Services.
Yes, Angie is here to talk about the Chartwells, updated Chartwells. Looks like we got some fancy stuff going on here, so.
Yeah. Do you have a picture or something to, okay, I can do that right here. Hey.
We can click for you if you want us to.
I spoke it
You're good.
Okay, well, I will start off by saying that I'm completely nervous. I hate being up in front of people, but the more I do it, the better I get. So thank you guys for letting me come and still a little bit of time away from you guys. This is our third year partnering with you guys. So far, I feel that we've done a pretty good job. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but I want to share with some things that we've done, some things that we are planning to do in the future. So most of you guys know me. I'm Angie Bennett. I've been the director of the dining services since July of 22. The following year, Miss Angie Pearson became my assistant, and we ran several different things. We have this is just a few of our regional support. If I need to reach out and dig a little deeper into things, I have a vast amount of people that I can reach out to, but here's just a few for me. So tonight we're just covering a few different things. It's happy teams, menu innovation, student engagement, what makes a meal, and our upcoming schedule events. So happy teams is what we're going to start with, because if we don't have happy teams, then lunch just doesn't come out the same way. Our people are the heart of what we do. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do on a daily basis. We are committed to creating a workplace where our associates feel respected, they contribute their best work, they reach their full potential, and enable them to provide exceptional service with a positive environment for all of the students. To build impactful teams, we first have to attract them, then we grow them, and we retain them. I have, in the 2 years, this is the third year, I still have probably half of my team was brought over from OPA. The other ones, most of them have been there a year plus. I mean, of course, you always have those few that you don't know what they are until they come in the door. But I have a very good, most of my people's been there for quite some time. So Chartwells is committed to helping our associates realize their potential by ensuring that they have the tools that they have, which includes ongoing training, performance reviews, mentoring, and promotion opportunities. So what's next for menu innovation? I'm go ahead and go to the next one. So in order to have great menu innovation, you have to give the kids what they like to eat. But not only that, you have to give them new options of what to eat too. And to be able to do that, we do the fun and engagement programs. I'll go into some more of those, exactly what we're doing. Have our environments that we put up so they're inviting, and then of course we want feedback from everybody, because how do you know what you're doing if you don't get feedback? So some of our menu innovations is for breakfast, I'm wanting to try to get away from, pre-packaged sugary items at there's so many of them, and they really came in really hard during COVID, and then they was easy. So, but now I'm trying to get away from that and do more of breakfast sandwiches and biscuits and gravy, and we do a homemade breakfast pizza. So far, I only do the homemade breakfast pizza at the high school and middle school. I'm trying to talk my elementary students elementary staff in order to do that, but it's space and everything. But then for lunch, we came up with a couple of homemade items that we do from scratch. We do all of our soups. Our macaroni and cheese is all made from scratch. Our chili scratch. We have a new, it's called a beef taco hand pie. It is like a hot pocket kinda, but it has salsa and cheese and taco meat inside of it.
Ellie's
They're good.
enjoyed that
I really like them too. We're doing our homemade quesadillas too. We used to order them frozen. Now we're making them so much better. Same thing with the breakfast burritos. But then we're also putting some new programs in effect with just Mood Boost, Student Choice. Both of those we've already kicked off. Global Eats, and we're going to be doing a Discovery Kitchen cook-off, which I'll go into that a little bit more later too. So student engagement. If we don't have student engagement, then we're just giving them the same thing over and over, and they're not excited about the food. It's just, okay, it's school lunch again. So without student engagement, we really don't have anything for us. So the ways that we do student engagement is, of course, you want to ignite and engage them. By doing that, you have to give them new experiences. Most people don't remember what you do on a Friday night, but if you do an experience out of it, it stays in your head and you get it more. So here's a couple things. Grandparents' Day, we've had the privilege of partnering with Washington Elementary of their Grandparents' Day. We make the breakfast for them, for the kids, before they come in and take their grandparents onto their classroom. They get to have a breakfast with them. Mood Boost is we just had our first event September 23rd at Kennedy Elementary, and it is just introducing them to different foods and telling them how those foods affect their moods. And so we've only done one, but the kids really liked it. So at the beginning of the school year, goes back to the feedback part. I don't know if I don't ask. So I sent out surveys to students at the middle school, the elementary parents, and then to the staff. You can see that I got a lot of responses from the middle school. I had to put the fact that what they want on the menu is chicken in one way or the other. And it is the one thing that I keep trying to get away from, but it's chicken. So, but it's just different things about what they like, what they don't like, what they would put on the menu if they had the choice. It was a lot of interesting feedback, and I got to do some changes just from, couldn't do everything. There was somebody wanted a margarita board, and so I mean, that was from the staff. Just no middle school. Go ahead. And Discovery Kitchen is something that's not new to us. We've done 11 in the last 2 years. I veered away from it a little bit this first semester just so I could focus on the new events that we're doing, but we'll do more of that. Discovery Kitchen Cook-Off is something that I'm super excited about. I'm just in the beginning stages of planning it, but what I'm looking for is possibly January sometime, and so I've actually talked to Michelle Liver about it. We're going to go in there and have groups of 4, 5, 5th graders, and there'll be, I figured out 3 groups, which they will find some kind of recipe. It's going to be cooking, but not necessarily cooking. And they will make the recipe, and then the other classes will vote, and we'll find. I don't know what the prize is going to be yet, but they'll get some kind of prize for being the best one out of them. And hopefully we can go to other schools, but Washington's where we're going to try our first one at. Student choice is, so a lot of our events focuses around elementary. Student choice is something that I actually get to go into the high school and middle school and do. We've had 2 this year. So student choice is we have different concepts, and this time I chose mac and cheeseology versus market fresh, which mac and cheeseology is just you start with a base of macaroni and cheese, and you can put popcorn chicken, pulled pork. We actually, mac and cheeseology won, and so we got to do the winner last Thursday, and so they had macaroni and cheese. They had the choice between popcorn chicken, pulled pork, and taco meat, and then they had vegetables, which sauteed onions and peppers, sauteed mushrooms, roasted tomatoes, and roasted broccoli, and then they could have different kinds of salsa and stuff. The kids loved it. They really went. A lot of them went for the macaroni and cheese and popcorn chicken, but a lot of them actually put mushrooms. I was surprised went so quick. So we just found the winner out for the middle school, which was also mac and cheeseology. So I'll get to go and put that on for them too. So this is the not as fun part of it, is what makes a meal. With being part of K-12, we have to have reimbursable meals. And so, go ahead. Breakfast, it's pretty simple. As long as they have a grain, a cup, a grain of milk and a fruit, they have the reimbursable meal, which is why we're able to do second chance breakfast, because I can put all of that in a bag and they can take it on to their classrooms with them. Lunch, we offer them 5 different components, several different ways, but 5 different components. They have to take 3 of those components in order to be in reimbursable meal. Most of them are pretty good about it. One of those choices has to be a fruit or a vegetable. That's the only. High school and middle school kids don't think they need their fruits and vegetables. But so here is the KSDE rules of what they have to get. Unfortunately, and I don't know why, there is not that much difference between K through 5 and 6 through 8, which you would think that there would be, because I know a kindergartner cannot eat near as much as an 8th grader's, but so I try to keep that in mind whenever I'm menuing. But you'll see grades 9 through 12, they are quite a bit larger. They require a little bit more of each one. So here you'll see, I just did August and September for the previous years, just because that's all we've went through so far this year. The breakfast counts have went up. Well, breakfast and lunch. I did an average for August, and I wrote it down here, and I don't know where So breakfast numbers went from an average of 300 in August up to 357 in September. I think that it's just me showing them the new things that I've had on the menu. Second chance breakfast is taken off at the high school. Today I just got another laptop so I can open up another location. Right now we have 2 different spots that we're serving second chance breakfast at the high school. We're going to do a third so most kids will have a chance to grab a meal if they didn't get breakfast whenever they first came in. So we're hoping to get that last one up a little bit more. And so what's next coming up, we're going to do another student choice at the middle school and high school, one in November for the high school, one in December for the middle school. There'll be different concepts as well. Everything that if they choose it does go on the menu and it stays on the menu. I will send out additional surveys. The parent and the staff and the students, I'll probably wait till closer to the end of the year, but then I also send out principal scorecards twice a year, once at the end of first semester and once at the end of the school year, to get the principals, feedback from what they are hearing and stuff like that and what they think. So we'll send that out again in December. This week we are in the middle of National School Lunch Week. So the theme this year is like a treasure hunt thing. So I have had my staff put UN stickers on things. So the elementaries are winning like little funny erasers or pencils or stuff like that. Middle school and high school, they get a free bag of chips or something like that. There will be, out of all the schools together, and Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'll have 204 winners throughout the school district. So, I mean, nothing big and fancy, but just something for them. And every month, I get a list of fun days. I try to either incorporate them into my menu or at least send something to Russ to send something out. You know, last month we did it was World Smile Day, and so we did smile French fries for everybody. So that's it. Do I have any questions?
I did have a question.
Yes.
I know I talked to you a little bit about this privately at the high school, but for maybe some parents that are listening, can you talk about how you guys accommodate any like diabetic needs for breakfast or any kids that have
So I
allergies?
have several. I work more with the nurse on the diabetic side. I don't really make a menu for them, but I do have some. Like I have this one little girl at the high school that she needs a higher protein, and so sometimes if it's pancakes for breakfast that doesn't have a lot of protein in it, so she comes to me and I have a special oatmeal bar that's loaded in protein that she gets. And then I have lactose free kids and stuff like that. Diabetics, that's where I'm leaning, trying to go more towards the breakfast sandwiches and stuff like that. But me and Holly, we work pretty closely together, and that way she knows where my carbs are. I give her carb counts and everything like that, and then I provide them with juices if they're having any crashes or anything like that. But I work pretty closely with them. But if anybody ever has any kind of concern with their kids or they need something a little extra, email me, phone call, I can set something up. I have several children that I've had to do that for, so it's no big deal. It's more likely I already have a menu for it and I will just send it out. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. You guys have
If I don't ask this, I'll be in trouble. Okay, the elementary students get one piece of pizza and the high school kids get one piece of pizza. And the cost is the same. So where's the difference? I'm sure there's a difference, but I need to be able to know to tell them.
Okay, well, so they are getting one pizza. The high school kids, we cut their pizza in 8 slices versus the 10 we've cut elementaries in 10 slices. Pizza is that's the only difference, is that whenever we cut the pieces bigger.
Just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, just a little bit bigger. But then they have the 2 salad bars that they can fill themselves up with. We are trying to lean more towards that. We was trying to get where both salad bar kind of matched each other. I have found out better because the kids go everywhere whenever they come in there. So on one side, I'm trying to lean more towards where I do the fruits and stuff like that, and the other side, I'm trying to do more of a, what you'd actually put on a salad.
That's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Well, thank you guys so much for letting me come in.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Ian.
All right, next up, bond architect.
Yes, so last month, the board went into contract with Echelon Architects, and so Miranda is back to continue the process with you this evening.
Thanks for having me again, guys. I have a couple agenda items tonight. The first one is after our meeting, I initiated conversations with the DCS Services, a construction management company that we partner with Greenbush. And between DCS and Greenbush and myself, we've decided that the size of your bond project could potentially trigger some unwanted feedback from community by not putting it out there publicly. And so just kind of thinking through that and making sure that everyone's covered and that you're not getting any kind of flack or feedback from that. We are requesting that we put out a CMAR RFP, a request for proposals from construction managers at risk. The only thing that we have to do is publish it in your paper and on your board website. There's a specific amount of days, 15 days it has to be out there. And then whoever responds back gets narrowed down to, a select few. And then looked at and rated on that aspect. If only one entity responds back, then we just go with the one and move on. So what I have generated is, in your packets, is the legal notice for the newspaper, as well as an RFP packet soliciting soliciting qualifications from construction managers. And like I said, what we would do is we would post it in the public paper and then on your board website. And then just kind of wait and see in those 15 days how many responses we get back. All of the responses are coming to me, so I will handle and manage all of the questions or any kind of intel or feedback that we have or need to do on that side of things. So just kind of wanted to get your guys' thoughts and approval and opinions on moving forward with that concept.
So this just puts it out there so construction companies can tell you all about them, and then if you choose them, they'll put in the bid.
Yes, so this goes out there basically for construction managers, construction companies to provide us their qualifications to help help through this bond process. So to help with budgeting, estimating, as well as when the bond passes, the construction portion of the project.
So is this what the public notice will look like?
Yes.
Okay. If I was just a person out there sitting on my couch reading the paper or listening to something, I have no idea. I'd be shocked that I would have no idea about this. We still don't know, what's our bond issue gonna cover? I mean,
Part 2 of my presentation today is a list of wants that we'll go over and start talking through in assigning numbers, or talk through what numbers I have right now and help assigning those numbers. And gathering more information, and the construction managers will help us with fine tuning and honing those costs in to make sure that whatever amount you decide for on your bond, that we are appropriately positioning projects that will meet those budgets.
Can we talk about the time frame? Feels very rushed from my perspective. Here we are, October, we meet once a month and we're talking about a spring bond project, and the board needs to talk about what our plans are first. The community needs to, it just feels really rushed. Is this a normal time frame for something like this?
So we will want to have marketing information and packages and everything kind of going out for an April type of vote in January. We want to make sure that we're getting that marketing package and those kinds of things out. And so I have started some work that we can do in-house for that kind of vote. But that, if you're not wanting or you're feeling too rushed, I mean, that April vote, are you concerned that we won't be able to get everything by then, or that's a hard date that you want to move? What's your concern?
I'm just concerned that I know that there are a few board members, myself included, who feel like we don't even have a big general idea of what we're doing. Like, we have other conversations later on in the meeting that we need to talk about before we even know what changes we're going to make to our buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't, I know last time we talked about the board going to the buildings and looking at them, and then we haven't done that yet. And then there's a spreadsheet that was put together by somebody, I think it was 4 years old. And so I don't know if that's been updated. It just feels like there's a lot of unanswered, like I don't know where we're going, and to make a big decision like this in such a short amount of time, feels a little rushed.
Well, this process is where we figure out where we're going.
And just so you know, we've already, I mean, we're on a committee, Bob and I are with Kelly, we've already toured it. And we've identified a lot of, because that's what that committee is. We've already identified a lot of the issues. And we've given it to them, so their job is now when we get these other people, is they'll walk us all through it and say, okay, yes, 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 no. But we need to get that planning, because it does take a long time.
When do we get to brainstorm ideas that we see and that we know?
I mean, you
I mean,
can do it anytime,
don't,
for sure.
this is a bond issue,
I
I don't
think
want to.
this is gonna take a lot of special meetings and community meetings, but
I mean,
we still have to keep moving
But
forward
we've got to figure it
while
out,
we get there.
figure out where we're.
we need to hold town meetings, we need to go to different organizations and share with, small groups and.
Yep, and that's
It's
part of
just
our
like
process. What I'm asking with the construction manager is to help build my team, to help get us, they're gonna help us with part 2 of the discussions, which is what projects are you doing? What do those costs look like? How much is this bond looking, and those things. And I do have information for you guys to talk through some of that tonight too. So this was just me trying to build our team on one side of it to help get farther along and more accurate information for you
So that
on
we
the
can have those
construction.
facts to go to the community and have those additional meetings.
Yeah, I feel like we're not gonna be able to make any kind of decision until we know, well, what's it gonna cost?
Right.
We can't find out what's it gonna cost until we have someone that can tell us what
It
it's gonna
works with
cost.
those numbers every day.
I think we need to decide, which I guess will be in the meeting later, what are we gonna do with our schools, our enrollments down? We've got decisions to make about schools, and I
That's
don't want,
where I'm coming from, like.
I don't wanna spend time talking about a school that we might close. I'm just throwing that out there public, or a school that we might repurpose,
Yeah, but it still needs work done.
Well, we don't know, maybe you're
Regardless,
gonna put up a wall, maybe you're gonna make Washington a daycare preschool. There's gonna be changes that, that aren't gonna be known yet.
So won't it be nice to have a contractor already in her plan that we can talk to about how much that's gonna
I
cost?
think we're gonna get the public I think they're gonna wanna know before you start talking about that stuff.
But we need to start.
Yeah, I think I think we need a professional to tell us how much all the ideas are gonna cost.
Yeah, we've got to figure out how to hone this all in, and
I'd
you've
like
got
to
to have,
just like
you've
last
got to
time.
have your professionals that work with this stuff, that knows what's going on, to give us the right information on these projects.
When you put this in the paper, that is the intent of the school board to award a contract for the construction manager at Risk Services to a successful application contingent on the voters approving the school bond issue in the said election. If you put that in the paper and someone comes to me and wants to know, oh, what are you doing in your bond issue? And I say, I have no clue.
Yeah, but you need to
That's
So
start.
we're hiring a project manager to help us
I'm not gonna say
make a
that.
wise decision.
I mean, I just don't think, I've been around
But
too
Pat,
long,
that's
I
where
know
you
what
can
they're gonna
start
say.
at. This is the starting point.
Yeah.
I mean, we can sit with our hands
But
under
you're talking about a
our,
bond issue without any
and
pre-communication.
just so you know, when we just did that
Did you
city building, we
publish
did the
my
exact same thing.
We just did a locker room, that is not what we
Yes.
talked about at meetings,
But
we didn't
they
have near
did
enough
the
meetings.
exact, not this company, but they did the exact same thing, and we got the contractors, because I sat on that also with the 5 bids that came in
With what?
for the community building.
Okay,
So this is normal, this is
this
what
is
needs
not,
to
the
happen to go
community
forward.
building, it's not, never want to be called a community building. That was done so poorly. We said I've got emails that Adam sent to people that talked about having fundraisers, having, I can't lost the words, having, I don't know, what am I, just totally lost for it. People to make donations. We haven't even worked on, the locker rooms are moving ahead and who knows what they're doing.
Might it be easier to talk through then the list that you guys had
That would have
generated?
been a good thing to
And
do.
then we come back to this after so we can kind of see how the list correlates back to this information?
Yeah, we're putting the cart before the horse.
Have we even decided spring 2025, or is that
Yeah.
Is that,
That's what was originally
Yeah,
talked
that's
about. You guys,
Yeah, it's talked about, but
you
I
guys are
have
the
got my
board.
2 cents.
Yeah, and I'm not pushing an agenda on you having to vote it, you know, whenever you guys want to, we'll pull it together and package it. That was just the information that I was provided, was that you guys had thought about maybe a spring voting session. So this was a list of wants that came from your committee. And I've broken them out into some groups: HVAC, windows, roofs, parking lots, some of the athletic facilities, and then just a kind of a general other section. Started applying some known budgetary numbers to these just to kind of help facilitate some discussions to kind of show you how things are adding up. I've also contacted Piper Sandler to help kind of give you guys some information. So there's the options that I have in your packet. There's a 20 million and a $25 million bond comparison. The 20 million comparison raises the mill levy 3.5. The 25 raises it 6. To have a 0 increase is a $14 million bond. And that's because he was telling me, I think you guys got about 10 years to pay off your current bond, to finish paying that off. And so to have a 0 mill levy increase, because your mill levy is also decreased in the last year, I think is what he had mentioned, that 14 million is that number that does not increase your mill levy. And so the package you have in front of you is just over $14 million. So just kind of trying to put a little bit of context to the list of wants that came from your committee. And then this is the 4-year-old packet you guys were talking about. That was a facility assessment done, and I went through, it's outlined on things that are in dire need of replacement versus things that are, you know, still within deferred maintenance, you know, for years farther down. And so going through this and addressing the high ticket items, ADA compliance issues, life safety compliance issues, and pulling that into the bond as well. That's listed under other. We don't have numbers to that yet because I just hadn't gotten to that point. But I, like I said, wanted to kind of give you guys the list of what your committee has said that they wanted to see, and then applying some numbers to that to kind of give you context.
For example, preschool addition at Eisenhower. Have we decided we're gonna add a preschool to Eisenhower?
It's
But
just
we
a
can always pull it
brainstorm.
off.
It's
This
just a
is the
brainstorm.
list of wants.
Bob, I understand that, but I also have some suggestions of where to do it, you know, some other things besides what's on this list. I mean, we haven't brainstormed, we haven't, as a board.
And I'll
talked
take
about
down
those
whatever
things.
additional suggestions you have. We'll take them down and we'll
I
run the
don't think we
numbers
can,
for you.
I'm not gonna throw those out to you until we have decided how we are going to.
And we can adjust this however we want. This is a starting point. So
Well-
nothing's set in stone. This is
Sure.
honest, we can change anything,
So
but we need
when are we going to decide?
we can start whenever.
I mean, I'm asking that question. I mean, whenever, it's just like, we can't even find a time to get together hardly for an extra meeting. So I mean, does anybody else think we need to decide what we're gonna do with our buildings and our
Well,
enrollment and?
and that's a different story, but we have a committee here that has came up with this. And if we keep micromanaging every committee we go on, we're never gonna get anywhere. So we have to have trust in our committees that we've come up with this, and if you have suggestions you wanna add to it, get it with Adam and Adam get it out to us, or we can have a special meeting,
No, I
but
think we need,
but if we post this another month and another month and another month, well now we're in the spring and we don't have anything going on, so we need to get this ball rolling if we wanna try to do this for the spring.
which sounds like we're hurrying it, but I mean, so our ideas, when do we share those? When we talk about enrollment here in a little bit?
Or we can write them
You know,
down and have a
Kennedy's sitting
meeting
there
together
half
about it.
empty.
We can have a work session also.
Kennedy's sitting there half empty. Are we gonna keep it half empty? What are we gonna do there? I mean, this is gonna go on forever. We just,
I like your idea of a work session.
I think it's worth getting a project manager that can walk us through it cost-wise and give us a good idea of what it's actually gonna cost. Start the ball rolling on that and plan a work session to go over this list. And
And we do a work session, let's get our list together, not off the top of our head, let's get it on paper, so we're going together, all of it put together, so we're not wasting everyone's time. And let's come up with some good ideas, but.
So during that, is that also a time to address enrollment?
I think we address enrollment next. That's on the agenda tonight.
Well, that'll be all that time.
So what does a yes vote mean tonight? It
It
means it
just
goes
be-
in the
Yeah, it
newspaper?
allows me to put in the paper, the bid, solicitation for a construction manager to add to our team to be able to help with budgeting, a lot of these projects.
Doesn't mean that we're doing
Nope.
this.
No.
It just means we're engaging. How is it different than how we voted yes last month to engage, we paid $20,000 or whatever? How is
Yeah, so you hired me to help do this, and when I talked with our construction manager, DCS, that we partner with on tons of projects for school districts, because of the potential size of your bond, anywhere from 14 to 25 million, or whatever you guys decide, that size of a bond, if you don't put it out there for a public vote to, or not public vote, but put it out there for contractors to be able to bid on, and you just hand select one, there might be some flack coming from the community or from, other professions. And so just to make sure that you guys don't catch any flack and everything, we suggest that we put this out there, and then whoever wants to come back, there's a rating system. So if we get one back, it's just DCS, we go with DCS. If we get DCS and Crossland and Hutton, some of the big players in Wichita, there's a rubric, a scoring rubric, and you get to score them. And you assign a number to a value to this scoring rubric, and the bottom score is whoever has the best score is who you guys decide to go with. And so this yes vote tonight is just to help get a construction manager on board to help with the cost estimating for the bond project.
Can I say something, Miranda? Okay, so in Wellington terms, okay? 25 years ago, we built a high school, and we built and also did construction to elementary to the middle school, all that stuff. We did not have construction management at risk. We just had an architect at the time. We had to go back later on and spend $1 million to fix the masonry at the high school because we did not have construction management at risk. These days, the state will not allow you to do that anymore because of situations like that. The state requires that we have construction management at risk as a part of any type of bond package that's going to be approved. And so like when we went out to, and not that this is bond, but when we did our window project at Lincoln and Washington recently, we had DCS that was working for the district, and they were not the construction people, they were the construction man at risk, because they were looking out for the district and dotting every I and crossing every T in that project for the district, and then making any imperfections or anything that was not right, they would make the company go back and fix all those things for us. And that puts actual construction people advocating for the district in place. So all Miranda is asking tonight is that we put out in the paper an RFP to have construction management at risk to become a part of her team as an architect to work on the project. That is it. The rest of it is exactly what Pat wants. You guys can set as many special meetings. I know Miranda is here to support you. Once you get a construction management at risk team, they will also be here to support you. You can put together whatever bond package when you want to, how you want to, with all the information. Once you get all that, and I think everybody will feel more comfortable as we go. We just need to trust the process and move forward. So, does that make sense?
We did this on one of our ESSER projects where DCS was the only one that applied.
Right.
So we've done this before.
And it may be, but we may have multiple now. You don't know. So, but that puts your team together to lead you through that process. If you want to move it from April 2025 and it works with all the bond stuff, then do it. That's no big deal. That's just what was originally recommended when Piper Sandler was down to talk to you the first time. That's where that talking point came from, April 2025. It doesn't mean that you can't change that if you feel rushed. It also doesn't mean that you can't have other discussions about district things and add to the bond or subtract or whatever. You can take things off of this list, you can add new things if we get to talking about other subjects, you can do all those things through this process. But Miranda needs a team and you need a team to work with while we're doing all that.
We need a
Does
motion
that
on
make
that?
sense?
You just make a motion on that?
What's that?
Do we need to make a motion on that?
Just on putting the RFP in the paper, that's all, that's the only thing she needs approved tonight.
Does that help somewhat for you guys?
It does, so this is just saying, hey, we're gonna engage somebody on the team to help get it going.
Bring somebody on.
knows
We can make changes, we can,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's.
You're just bringing
we
on
have
a construction
more
and risk
meetings
manager.
coming up,
They're gonna be the advocate for us.
I see why that's necessary, because like just everything you just said is so true about that roof. I just don't like the idea, in my mind, putting it in the paper, we're doing a bond issue when you're gonna be asked questions and we don't have answers, but
But
okay.
it's normal.
It also
You
would have
want
been
to
this.
pass, you know.
It also would have been the same, what we ended up doing is getting, when we got Miranda's name, we ended up talking to DCS, because everybody's been happy with their work. And DCS said, here's some architects for you to interview, and so we brought those to the facilities committee, we interviewed, and then we brought Miranda forward to you. It would have been the same thing, Pat, if we would have put an RFP out for an architect, it would have been the same thing, but we would have had to get that before we would have got further in this process. So people may have had questions, but we're just saying we're working on it, we're gonna get some more information.
You know, for the record, I would have liked to have, I totally understand. I would like to have seen this and had other discussions before, just to have a little bit of information, but okay.
Wanna make a motion on that?
So moved.
Okay, Bob makes a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
We got a motion and we got a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same. Great.
Right.
Thank you.
So, any discussions outside of that we need to go over, talk
Do we
through?
wanna schedule a work session / something like
I
that, so that, okay? That might be a good thing to do next, and if that's okay with you, is that something that
Fine.
works for you?
Yep.
Okay,
What works for you, I guess, because you're coming from furthest from
You
all
will
of
be
us.
harder to get together than I will, so I will make it, whatever you guys can get pulled together, I will make that work. And it doesn't need to be right now, do it later,
it's better when they're all in the same room, but.
then do it now.
I'm pretty open, so it's whatever y'all want to do. Mondays work best for everyone.
I don't have anything for that.
When
Wanna do
would
the
the,
20th?
I'm gonna
when would
stay
you
away
have
from
the
a Wednesday night
CMA?
if possible.
Yes.
something on the 20th.
So that's a good
We do
point.
the fourth.
We will have it would be great to have the construction manager at that meeting,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Or at least the decision if there's more than
Yeah.
one.
or knowing if we have one or more. November 8th is when they're due, which was right before your board meeting on the 11th.
But yeah, let's not do that.
So, which is completely fine, cause I can work through a list while
Yeah,
we're,
Let's
while we're going through that, so.
Does the 28th?
Sarah has something on the 28th.
Oh, sorry, you do.
Well, I have something that came through on my email today and I do not remember what it was.
Okay.
So
That's all right.
that date's in my head and I don't know why.
Okay,
So, I
yep.
mean, we can make it tentatively if it works for everybody else and then I can,
Or we can do it different.
I can't on the 28th.
You can't, okay.
4th, November.
we
Don't let
didn't
it-
wanna
you probably
wait
will
that
lose that.
late. Is that right? How far, we don't wanna go that late?
Well, we can do it, I mean, it sounds like the CMAR is not gonna be here until the
Yes,
November, you said November, so.
Yeah, I
We might
have
as
to
well
have
just
it
take
out
care
for
of that.
15 days.
So we might as well just take care of that at the November meeting if it's gonna be done that Friday before, there's no
Yep.
point in getting together, so you won't have your CMAR, if you want a brainstorming meeting, sounds like you're not gonna have your CMAR until next board meeting, in November. So if you wanna get together before that and discuss ideas and thoughts, take a district tour like we've talked about before, any of those types of things, and we can set up whatever is gonna make your brains feel like you're and feeling good about starting the process of deciding things.
Tuesday.
29th?
Night or day?
Right.
You said November 4th, somebody?
29th as well.
29th, it's Tuesday.
Like November 4th, better.
What about next Monday, the 21st, since it's just brainstorming?
I could do that.
I can do that. I can do that.
Okay.
So
Do a week from tonight?
volleyball is over, right? Middle school
Don't be
volleyball,
over.
okay,
Ends
yeah.
this weekend.
What time? We're gonna tour.
Maybe 6? You wanna do evening?
Whatever you guys can make happen.
We can do 6 if you want.
Okay.
That work for you?
Yeah.
And what all do you want to do that night?
You wanna do a tour?
It's up to you guys.
If we just do a tour and show them what we looked at, kinda,
We could do
and
that.
then if they have any other suggestions, we can add as we
Would you
do
go
it.
be here next Monday?
That works for me if we decided without the enrollments.
So there'll be the majority of the board, so we'll follow the procedure for letting the public know and all
Yep.
that stuff.
Yeah, we'd have to. Yeah. Anytime you guys get together, we have to do that.
Monday, October 21st at 6 p.m.
And we're
Here,
gonna
or do we wanna
do, we're
meet?
gonna do what?
Yeah.
Why don't you guys come here and then we'll get some vans and haul you around. You can be like the kids for a day.
Well, I guess if you put us in groups, then there's not a
I'm
majority.
bringing snacks for the
Then-
but yeah.
I mean, there's-
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's what I was.
No, we'll just have a, we'll tell the public we're getting
So
together.
it's for, I mean, 10 minutes. So it's for to tour the buildings and what else?
Just have
To tour the building,
discussions.
so we can see all this for
Okay.
ourselves and kind of make our own.
So if you have things on the top of your head now, that you wanna add
I
these-
won't have anything until I know what we're doing with the buildings.
Okay,
And I just can't.
so this will show you
But
what we
if-
saw.
but
There's
if
too
we
many
get-
variables.
But if we go on a tour, we're talking about all the buildings, that's just.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can
down to-
still at least
Right.
get an idea.
Looking at other buildings
Options.
too, so.
What, I mean, I'm just, my questions are like adding a room here, and adding a room at this school, adding a room at that school. You know, the discussion would be, well, why are we adding those rooms? You know.
I can tell you on that
what
tour, you're
uses
not gonna see us adding rooms. It's
for.
gonna
I know
be
you
more
won't,
like,
I'm just saying, in this thing right
rough
here, it talks about
replacements.
adding a room to like 3 different schools. So I was just curious what, and now's not the time, this isn't going forever.
But we could have a second tour, or, I mean, we could keep this going, it just, we gotta get started somewhere and then keep adding as people need it.
Bond issues are gonna keep us busy. We're gonna see a lot of each
I
other.
would rather have a work session to decide about enrollment
We can do that.
issues
I mean,
before
that's my opinion.
this.
I think
That's
we need
just
to move on
mine.
to that topic, and when we get to that topic, have that discussion.
I think we should move the enrollment part of the agenda to a special meeting. People don't even want it.
alright, let's get on, so you got everything you need from us?
I do.
Okay.
I will see
We
you
won't
guys
waste
next
Monday at
Monday
6.
evening.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Have a
Mary.
safe trip back. Thank you. Will do.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Be safe.
She hates me.
What was that?
Nothing.
Thank you, be safe.
Where does she live?
Independence,
Oh.
Independence,
Missouri.
yes.
When are we
Alright, next up, safe and secure grant.
A Zoom meeting or something.
Okay, so 2 months ago at the August board meeting, was the first talk about us being awarded a safe and secure grant. Board, saw the numbers at that meeting, and then, we said we'd bring back, some thoughts on that. You requested additional thoughts on spending that money. So Ryan is here, he's excited to be here. He's on
Yeah,
top.
boy, I can tell.
He was, when I made the phone call to have him here, he was even more excited, so. Ryan's here and Darcy, can kind of help co-lead, that discussion, and some information is in their packets, correct, Darcy?
Yes,
Okay.
the original offer.
I'll turn it over to you guys to chat about that.
You wanna talk about what you were, your email?
I'll let you. I can answer any questions, but yeah.
Okay, so since we aren't going to do the full amount requested, Ryan kind of gave me some options that we have.
Did you say are or aren't?
We are not.
Are not going.
So originally we requested 120,000, and in August you guys said you did not want to spend the extra money because we were only awarded 21,266. So it's a matching grant, so we have to put up the additional 21,000. So since you guys chose that, Ryan kind of gave some options of what he was thinking you could do. So he was talking, you could do Lincoln, Central Office, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Washington, all of the upgrades for the servers? Or is that what their servers?
Yep.
For the servers, plus all the additional cameras. I believe there wasn't any doors on that. That was one option. You could either do, your big ones obviously are the high school and the middle school, so you could either do the high school, middle school, Kennedy, plus one, option 1 and 4, or you could do high school, middle school, Lincoln, Washington, or Eisenhower, plus 1 and option 1 and 3. So there's just some options on what you guys think, and Brian, you can tell if there's anything.
Yeah, essentially it's a group of blocks that you can arrange in whatever order you want to.
That's what I was wondering.
There's not necessarily one that's more important than the other or anything like that. I think the goal is to continue to try to get grants and continue to, push the project forward. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
So is there a reason why we are replacing these in the first place? Like the I don't know how to, EXACQ system that we have now?
Yeah.
Is it not working, or is there a reason why we're needing to change to the Genetech?
Yeah, the Genetech, it's just a more updated system, basically. I mean, ours is, obviously it's functioning. That Genetech system is actually capable of doing cameras and access control both in one system instead of having two different softwares that we're using and paying licensing for two different systems. So looking forward in the future, I mean, it has the potential to save the district a bit of money because you're combining those two things. That wouldn't be something that we're doing right away. It's just thinking toward, in the future. So yeah, and then the servers, as I've mentioned before, the servers that we have in the district are already well past their life expectancy. We're already kind of running on borrowed time. I mean, they're still running fine, but it would not surprise, me if they died at any time, so that's why those are on the list, so.
So it mainly is comprised of cameras and servers combination.
There's really, on that list that you guys are looking at, from my memory, there's only a couple cameras that would actually be replaced. It would be using all the existing cameras that we have and tying them into a new server and software system.
Okay.
Yep.
So the high school, for example, says high school will receive 36 TB 2U server.
Yep.
For 65 cameras, so that's not
It's
replacing
not the
cameras.
cameras,
Okay.
It's just, that's
server.
supporting the
Okay.
existing high school cameras that are already in place.
But there's a chance that it says that as we're replacing and converting, that some of these cameras won't be supported, correct?
Yes,
And that's not included.
that's not included.
And your cameras are down in your option 1 through 4 on that same page.
So is it only these cameras that we have to have a
Those
concern
are
of?
the additional cameras that were
Those are
requested
the
from the
additional.
buildings.
Okay.
Yes.
So we currently have 65 cameras in the high school, is that what that's saying?
I'd say that's probably close to right,
Yeah,
with the outside and all of that. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a huge building, but 65 seems about right.
Do you have any recommendations?
I really, I mean, I think there's multiple options that would be perfectly fine, honestly. I don't, when I was talking to Chad and Darcy about it, I mean, yeah, there's different thoughts. I mean, you could either start, I mean, obviously, if we're gonna tackle the high school, you can hardly do anything else, or, get most of the littler buildings out of the way. It really isn't a huge thing.
I mean, are we able to approve and not actually tell you what it goes for, and then you just report back to us what you decide on, or do you have to have it? Let's tell you, I mean, because you guys are gonna know more than we are. You would, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, can they do that those?
I mean, you guys have already accepted the grant, and you guys said to spend up to, if you guys give us a limit to spend up to,
That's what I'm wondering.
then I'm guessing we can
And
do
it has to
that,
be
right?
at least 42, correct?
Yes,
Twice the.
correct.
I mean, I would kind of trust Ryan's opinion on what the status of the technology we have, right? Like what the condition is.
Yeah.
Or Ryan and team, whoever it is, I don't know. So just let me just recap. So it's matching grants. So 21 is what we're getting. We're spending 21.
Mhm.
So 42-ish, like she said, and we just need to decide on the combination of little things that we have.
Biggest option.
Just get it.
And then, yeah, with the idea that
Right,
we're
and
going to
this gets
continue to try to
them-
get grants,
this
you know,
gets
in the
them
future to
checked
finish the project, you know.
Right?
Yeah. That probably makes it sense.
Would any of this be affected by the conversation we just had, the bond stuff? I mean, I'm just trying to think how all the pieces touch each other.
It could be, I mean, and Adam, I mean, you guys might have a different opinion, I mean, from what we've seen recently, there's been quite a few grants, like year after year, to help with security and stuff, so, I mean, I don't think those are guaranteed that we're gonna see those in the future, but I think it's very likely, so, I mean, we could use bond funds, but in my opinion, I mean, I think that we would be able to get it funded by other grants as well, I mean, you might have more to add on that, Darcy, but.
It's been pretty annual.
I was gonna say
that's-
Safe
yeah.
and Secure, when I first came, I don't think they had it, but they have every year since. They've had the Safe and Secure.
It comes down to legislature, that's what the issue is. As long as the legislature approves it, which they have been, but it doesn't mean they will. So.
Do you know price, were they holding that? I mean, I knew they said a little bit of adjustments last time we talked, but not a huge amount.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't remember on the quote, it normally has
Yeah,
like a
I
day
think we,
for sure. I don't think it would change a ton, but.
So we already approved it, right? The
yes, you guys
spending.
approved
And
to,
so
getting it.
you're just looking for us to get guidance on what we'd like it spent on?
Yeah.
Or how we want to go forward?
or up to 43,000, or, you know, cause if the price, the only thing I'm worried about is this quote was done in whenever July, when we originally applied for the grant, so that may, like last year, it changed a few, maybe $800. So if you're gonna give me an amount, I would like at least a little bit more just to cover us if
So
the
what if
price
they
changed.
give you a amount like 45,000,
That would be, yes.
and if you don't use it, just.
Yeah, and we would still stick to around
We just-
what we're looking for,
We
that
just
would
have
just
to
help
spend
us.
at least 42.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Okay.
Really District 21.
Yeah, for the district, you're still looking around 21, but if there's any adjustment, we'll need to put more.
21 to 25, if we say 45.
You have
44.
It'll come out of cap outlay, is usually where
okay, cap outlay,
Spend out of
we
the
have
past,
plenty in
yes.
cap outlay.
So you need a motion.
Yes.
possible.
Sorry. Can it be like, well, Ryan, can you talk to everybody else and see? Like, can you be in charge of seeing what everybody else
Yeah.
wants?
Talk to the admins and see
Yeah.
what seems like it might make the most sense, yeah.
Okay.
And your options on your cameras came from your admin. So we send out a deal, hey, what additional cameras or door access do you guys need? They give us a list and then we put it in the application.
So that, they've already had some input. Okay.
I make a motion that we allow up to 45,000 to be spent on the safe and secure grant and let Ryan and his little team of administrators decide with Ryan's expertise what's the best to purchase right now.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same? Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Okay, next up, vape detectors.
Okay, so that has been a board topic that has come up. One of the districts that was mentioned as a reference was Derby, and so Ryan also, I first called the Derby superintendent and talked to her for a little bit about it, and then connected, Ryan then reached out and talked to their tech people and people who know what's going on with administration there, and has a report in your packet, both Ryan's statement on what he found out, and obviously he's here this evening, and then also a quote from our security company, same company, that does our access controls and our cameras, and they are actually the ones that also did this work in Derby, and so put all that together for you for discussion. And then Ryan's here for any questions on those conversations that he had as well.
Ryan, your report's awesome. Like, it was just like to the point, everything, like, just, it was so well put together. I was like, wow, this is really nice, so thank you for.
And some of that I wanted to put on there because it kind of gets awkward in open meetings to talk about like students circumventing certain things and stuff, so that's why I really wanted to put it in a report, so we didn't have to discuss every little trip and whatever.
So don't give them any ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, your formatting, your bullet points is beautiful.
I love bullet points. You would know it.
I asked Ryan not to try out the vape detectors himself, hoping he followed suit.
I will echo what Adam's mentioned in the past. I mean, from the past, just from hearing other districts that had tried the vape detectors, I mean, I also hadn't heard much positive about it. I mean, Derby really is the first one that I've heard really any sort of positive, response from.
Yeah, we got that back. I actually was at a superintendent meeting in Olathe earlier this month, and vape detectors got brought up, and I heard this groan across the room. So that's why we have not spent the money in the past, is because of that groan. But it sounds like Derby does have they're speaking highly anyway of those specific ones. So
I mean,
that's
they
kind of
weren't
what we're waiting
perfect,
on.
but yeah, I mean, they certainly aren't a perfect, solution, but I mean, they did seem to help. They're quite expensive, as you can see, and I mean, that's why. I mean, my personal opinion is, again, try to use some sort of funding that doesn't come out of the 4-district budget. But other than that, I mean, yeah.
Is there any grants out there for that?
Derby got their middle school through a grant,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just catching on, but yeah, there are. And the other challenge would possibly be, and I haven't talked to Adam, or the high school about this, but Derby mentioned that, I mean, it wasn't effective without the admin, solution that they did. So do we have the staff to be able to pull that off? Which is basically, one admin to immediately go into the place, another one to get on the cameras, be on radio, and go back and forth. Because they mentioned, like, if that didn't happen right away, they didn't even go after, like, trying to get the kid or whoever. Because I mean, it was almost guaranteed that they would have stashed it or something, and it would be gone.
That's what I noticed too. It looks like it's really heavy in the
Yep.
admin.
You have to get it right away, or it's
like a whole process to follow.
Yep. And then the problem keeps moving too. I mean, as you secure certain locations, it's like, because Derby just did part of theirs, and so it pushed them to all the other restrooms that didn't have them, and then eventually, to cars and areas. So,
locker rooms.
That's what, what are we seeing in the way of vaping this year? Are you seeing more, less, same?
Less, compared, my first year was, the numbers were a lot higher. I'd have to look to see compared to last year. But I mean, we've had some, but I wouldn't say it's a bunch. But we're also, I mean, a lot of the things that are outlined here, myself and Brian do a lot anyway, and we've also instituted having bathroom sweeps. So when staff are going into a plan and they don't have kids in the class, we've kind of set a schedule out to where they go and they'll do sweeps just to make sure that we're not having issues. So I can look up numbers for you, but
I'm just curious. I thought of, that's crossed my mind too, just like you said, teachers doing sweeps and going in there constantly, and because it still bothers me that bathroom is locked by the.
It's not locked during the day. Or by the gyms.
There's not
just
anymore?
locked at lunch.
Oh, I love exercise there at lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have a rotation on our 300 and 400. Boys and girls, we have teachers who volunteer and they go through there all the time.
Do you have as much vandalism or damage in your restrooms?
I don't feel like we've had a ton, but we have some.
Yeah, and we just had a kid destroy one today, jumping on the sink and the pipes, and there's water spraying everywhere at 3:30, so.
Guy
One
coming
thing
back to school
about-
tomorrow?
The one positive side, Bill, on the vape detectors though is getting that immediate and being able to use camera footage and the immediate report of it
That's what I.
is a little bit different because now you have a captive audience, you know who was in there. And so we also use, we do rule outs, we have one of the wands that we will use if we feel that there's enough suspicion that there's a vape, but they're also, students get good at passing them, and hiding them. They hide them in all sorts of places. They hide them in, sanitary dispensers, they hide them in many, many places, so, it just takes a lot of work to be,
So what do you, I mean, like, if you, the kids have told me, I was like, how did you just, do it? And well, somebody's in the back of this is middle school a couple years ago, someone's in the back of the lunchroom and they just, excuse me, they just like have it up their sleeve and, they find ways to do it. So say that I'm doing that in the back of the cafeteria, what recourse do you have to, like, I have it on my person, what can you do to catch that kid?
Detectors.
we have a wand that we
Yeah.
use, and
They
so
have-
if you have, what I would say credible, feedback from staff or students, that there's a possible vape. In that particular case, when you see the vape go in the air, I mean, it's pretty obvious on camera, that somebody was vaping, but, most of the time, it's due to reports. Staff or students that come forward and say, hey,
You can't see smoke.
So you
I
can
have no
see
clue
the
what they're
vape.
like, I'm so.
yeah, I mean, we've had them in class before,
Yeah.
vape in class, and they have them in their sleeves, and they
Yeah.
also
Yes.
blow out on their sleeves too, and so it can be very challenging, yeah. So to answer your question, whether the numbers are down,
Yeah.
I don't know, if they're completely down, or we're doing a better job, or, sometimes they're getting better at concealing, so.
What about the high school?
I feel like, and if you can jump in, I mean, we've caught some kids pretty quickly this year. I feel like maybe our clientele's a little different this year than it was last. So some of those kids that gravitated towards that behavior maybe have graduated or moved on. And so I think we've seen our fair share of them. What do you feel, Ms. Gill?
I think there are so many bathrooms, that it's just, they're all over. You can't find them, just I mean, you've got the bathrooms out in the shop building, because of where they're positioned, the teachers cannot monitor them and their class at the same time. Like, it's of no fault of the classroom teachers, but they're in their class with their students out there welding or whatever, and kids can just come in and out into those restrooms and are never even seen. So we have kids that we've caught out there and vandalizing that restroom a lot. And they don't even have a class out in the ag building. So that's why we ask for locks, because there's times where students don't need to be getting in certain bathrooms because there is no
Reason to be out there.
supervision there. And it's not because the teacher is just not doing their job. They were getting in the locker rooms, the locker room doors are locked all the time unless the coaches are in there. But then if we've got teachers in the men's 300 and 400 hall, then they're in the commons bathroom. And so then you get somebody there, well, now they can go down to the gym's bathrooms. I mean, there are so many places, and when you have we have 6 male teachers, down there, it's just really hard they're everywhere, they're all over, so it's just hard to catch them unless the kids come and tell. And that's how we've caught who we have this year, is because somebody has come and told on that.
Yeah.
But, we have tons and tons of restrooms in our building, and so we just can't
I'm looking at
supervise
I'm looking at these numbers and what it takes, and yeah, it's bad, vaping's bad, and kids are gonna do it, they're gonna do it. I don't know if we want to spend our resources, our money, and the resources for the admin to have to chase these kids down and try to sit there. You have to have someone basically looking at that camera at all times, which you're paying somebody is that what we really want them to do? I don't know. I just think it's gonna be too, I think it's gonna be too much, honestly. And you guys, it's not right to put that on you guys. If we wanna hire 3 other people, then that's a different story, but that's a lot of money. And she's right, there's bathrooms everywhere, so, and I hate to say this, but kids are gonna do it, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it outside of school. I mean, we can just do what we can do to prevent them, but it's a lot of money to spend. And maybe I'm wrong, but I just think it's a lot to put on you all.
I think there'd be days where we'd be really good at it, you know,
Sure.
you could be really good at somebody sitting there and we're just running all over the building, to every bathroom and pulling them out and
And
going.
someone's always gonna tell.
They took it
right.
That's what I tell my kids. You watch what you do. Someone's gonna snitch on you.
Yeah.
There's always gonna be someone's gonna talk, so.
Yeah, but then there'll probably be more days than not that you're just busy. I mean, as soon as we catch those kids and you've got to fill out all the paperwork, call the parents to come pick them up, write a referral to Sumner Mental Health, talk to the parent about it, call the police department, do all that. Like every time we catch somebody vaping, it's a 45-minute process. So you've already missed the next passing period.
Correct.
And while all your alarms are going off.
So do you think because of that, people aren't trying to catch them? I mean, I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
I said, I don't know. I was all for vape detectors until I saw the price and I was like, geez,
Yeah.
I'd rather.
But I mean, like right now, you know, it
Well,
takes.
I don't feel like, and I can't speak for Bob's building, but I don't feel like the 3 of us avoid that if you know
Because of the
someone's
paperwork
going
and all that,
in.
yeah.
You know it's
No,
happening.
I wasn't saying you did, I'm just wondering if, you know,
Or somebody
somebody.
says, hey,
Sorry,
so-and-so,
Yeah.
I mean, we go get them and we do our thing, you know? Or, hey, they put it in this spot, well, let's go get it out of there, you know?
It just breaks my
So-
heart that there are students that are avoid going to the restroom during the day because they know what's happening and they don't want to be part of it. That's where it's like, it kills me that they're not even able to go to the bathroom.
I don't think, to that, I don't think a vape detector in there, if it goes off and they're in there, I don't think, and they have that experience, I don't think it's gonna change their thinking if they're already worried about it being going on while they're in there. That's
Well,
just
in
my-
Ryan's report, I thought that was a good point he brought up, that they've now left the bathrooms and went to the cars.
Yeah.
So it did free up the bathroom, so it could be used as a restroom, you know, for the purpose that it was intended. So
Let's just tell them they can go out to their car.
Hopefully it's a lot of that.
So
I think
one other thing that you might consider, and I'm arguing for or against, but there are other things that we pick up besides just vapes. So there is that element that some of the other devices are coming into school, and so that would be one thing that you could anyway, you could increase the maybe the detection of some of the other items that are bringing. So I agree, sometimes the vapes can really bog us down. But I mean, we still keep pushing for it, to stop it. That's like I said, we've taken some other measures to try to prohibit that. But I'm just saying there's other things that come into the school besides just the vapes that you might detect, so.
I agree with Brandon, I think it's expensive, and I think we don't have the appropriate process in place and resources, I don't think it would be feasible, I think, if somebody even gave it to us, that'd be fine, if, you know, but I think the implementation of that process would not be, I don't think it'd be supported, so I think it would be kind of a waste there, but I think there may be some ideas that we can come up with, whether it's behavior modification or different techniques, you know, that you guys are already doing, that doesn't involve vape detection, that can decrease the use of not only vapes, but other things like you were mentioning. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah.
So
Thank
is
you
it
for
worth
all, I
continuing?
just wanted to get some research, you know, cause I think, you know, be proactive if we can, but yeah, it's just financially, you know, so
And
I
resources,
appreciate
I
you,
think.
Ryan, going to talk to everybody and Adam, you know.
Sure.
But
I appreciate it, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan, thank you. Good work on that. All right, next up, Wellington High School class updates.
Okay, Mr. Nance is here to report on our new classes that the board approved and how those are going this year.
Seems like it should be 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I mean, I'm like, is this 7:30? Okay, we got plenty of time. Feels like it should be 9 o'clock. I know.
So we'll start with Choose Aerospace because, and these are just short clips because recording the whole footage of the flight simulation was too big to send to my device. So there's just some short clips that show you. The first one shows the student choosing the plane on the very nice device that we have. There's 3 of them. So they have all those planes to choose from. I know it's real short, but all those planes to choose from that they can select. And then it is a flight simulation program. They can fly it. They control all of the gadgets to fly it and all those things and the gauges. So you'll see that next. And this one, he's moving down, flipping the buttons, trying to get it to move. This, again, they're very short. And then the last one, he is trying to get the plane off the ground, and is not being successful with it.
Good thing he's in the simulator.
Yes.
There's a tree.
Yes. And so they're very much learning the process of flying the different planes. They have the opportunity to fly the plane behind, like a tow behind, like a drone, so they can get those things figured out. And then all of the gauges that come with airliners is what they are learning about. They're learning about recertification. So if an airplane goes through turbulence on its flight, it has to be recertified before it can go up. They're learning about how you read gauges to talk about how the plane has done this or that. And they are working through real life events. They watch small videos that talk about this plane crashed or this plane did this. And then they look through the backlog of all of the things that they would be responsible for doing. He didn't recertify this with the FAA before he cleared it to fly. Or he tweaked this in the wrong direction and didn't check his work before the plane went on, right? So they're learning a lot of good things there. And talking with Miss House, who's our instructor, there is training in July with Choose Aerospace in Tulsa that the Choose Aerospace through Wichita Tech wants to send her to. That continues to help her work through the curriculum, become more familiar with it, and then really instead of having to learn all of it as it comes along and spend all that time, it really immerses her in that. But our students have done very well. They're through their first assessment. They have to get a 70% on their assessment. And there's only 2 kids who had to retake that assessment. They can retake that assessment as many times as they need because when you're in this program to become the aerospace mechanic, they want to make sure that you know it with that 70% or better. And so there's, in our room, there are 3 of these large devices and you see those in the board report. They're basically large computers, but the screen wraps around them. It has a handheld. It also has the controls and then the feet pedals. And so they're learning to do those things. Kelly, the college instructor, comes down. It's about twice a month right now, working with them, providing them kind of consultation on the things they're doing in there. And then they're beginning to build their balsa wood planes and look at some of those aerodynamics and things like that. So the kids really are loving it. There's 2 that she's worried about struggling, but supporting them through that. And they are very much on the path to being where they need to be to complete these certifications as they move on. So that's really exciting. The kids really love it. And every day they try and get through their assignments so they can work on flying, which is pretty cool.
How many students?
There's 11 in there right now, I believe.
Is there a limit to what you can take, probably?
Yeah. There have to be 8 for the class to make. And probably as many as she could handle is probably 15.
Is it
Now
year
it will,
long? Is it semester or
it's year long. And next year they plan to add another beginning class and then the second year class. So it will add to her caseload there. So, and she said the problem they're having with the tests is they have to do a bunch of writing, do a bunch of handwriting with that, and marking and filing the correct forms, and they're having problems with completing sentences.
They don't know how to make it all
things
in
like
cursive.
Yes. So she said that is the part they're struggling with, making sure that they're communicating their thoughts on here's what the gauge tells me, or here's what the turbulence caused the plane, and here's the fix, and communicating that in a very detailed manner.
She's a good person.
Yeah,
Teaching.
perfect.
Yep.
That she's taken that on as she teaches English as well. So that class is very exciting. It's great to go in there and see they are locked in. You go in and you don't have to worry about them having their phone out or talking to each other or anything like that. When they're doing the work, they're doing the work. When they're collaborating, they're collaborating. So it's great to see that. Any questions with Choose Aerospace? Thank you for playing that. If you want to come in and see a simulation, it's during 4th hour, so I can get you that information. You can come in and check it out. We can get you on a device and see if you know how to fly. And they can talk you through it. Those videos are about, for that young man, it's about 3 minutes from getting it started, the alarm going off for him crashing. The helicopters proved to be very difficult for them to figure out how to get off the ground. So, our intro to officiating, we have, it's in there, we have 14 students who have completed certificates. And of those 14 who completed at this date, 10 had completed capstones. There's a picture of a young lady who is excelling, Ms. Parkey there in your board report. Excelling very much. She's done line several times. She did have shoulder surgery, so it's harder to get football in, but she's done that as well. Kids are serving they haven't done basketball yet, obviously. No. Basketball season hasn't started, but what are they doing in football, Ms. Johnson?
So what they've primarily done is shadowed an official. They will, if you've been to a middle school game or
I saw some volleyball tonight.
They were there tonight, or a JV game, what you'll see are our kids it's really kind of funny because the official will start running and then you will see Greer Buchanan running right behind him. But it's really kind of cool because then the official themselves will say, hey, I called this because I saw this, this, and this. So officials have really taken the kids under their wings, which is really, really cool. They are noticing it. Kristen Gregory got high remarks on football, and she goes, I don't know why. And I said, well, I do. You are kind of stubborn, and she says what she needs to say, and that's it. And, she'd be really good at it. But they are just, for the most part in football, just shadowing. We did have our guy Keith Kinley, not Keith Kinley. Keith Kinley is our commissioner of officials, and he has offered up donations of like outfits for them to wear. And then he said, you let me know when they're good to go, and I'll do a game with them and actually put them in a spot, and they'll be in their full get up and flags, and they'll be able to make calls. And so it's really kind of cool to see the adults take them in as well. Tonight at middle school volleyball, before I came over there, we had a Kirkpatrick Michael. The rep is like showing him how to make sure every rotation is good. So it's really kind of cool to see that, because the refs, they don't have to do that, but they do. They also understand that it is a dire need for these kids to get into this. So I think that's a lot of the officials are like, no, we need you. Because when you talk to officials, they're like, yeah, I'm working 6 nights this week just because they can't find anybody. So they may not, like the kids, they may not go and take up extra games, this year, but, a lot of them, like Greer has expressed, and Jamar now, then once they get into college, if they need extra money, they're registered, and it's a good way to make extra money, for sure, so, yeah.
And is there a class next semester?
No, we're just offering it in the fall. Next
I mean,
semester
if we have
is,
the interest, could we offer one? I mean,
it depends on the return of the money, because that's self-funding. But I don't have a teacher teaching a class. The gentleman teaching the class is teaching another one. care of an athlete in the spring. So if it became that big of interest where we could fill 60 seats, 30 in the fall,
And
30
it
in
might
the
next
spring,
fall when you have more time. I mean, this happened really quick
It did.
and nobody did, you know,
then
to hear about it. And
we'd
know
have to
about
look
it.
at getting it to continue to self-fund. We do have 2 students that haven't completed a capstone yet, and so meeting with parents and talking with them about, hey, we need to do this, we need to get that done, and not letting them move on to the next class until they've done that. So next seat. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
But I know they're excited now that they've worked a couple. Now I get to make money.
Oh yeah, I get emails like every time the class meets. Hey, if I work tonight, do I get paid tomorrow? Doesn't work that quick. Yeah, we're pretty good. And other kids outside of the class have expressed interest, like, I didn't know you could do this, and so, yeah. It's really been very positive, very, very positive.
The next thing we talked about opening is softball. We've got some kids, softball and baseball, they're very interested in doing that. And they've heard from a young man the amount of money you can make in a weekend at one of those USSSA softball
I
tournaments.
made some good money.
Yeah, so,
Anybody who's certified.
yeah, it's okay. Any questions about this one?
Sure, that's like, okay.
Cool, okay. Thank you for supporting those things.
This is your wing, so you might as well stay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't go too
Next
far.
up, top 10% language.
Okay, so I met with our counselors. This is our last year of the LODs, and to make sure that our language or our statement was here on how that was done. The casino puts out their money, top 10%, valedictorian, salutatorian, salutatorian, valedictorian, that's the system they run. And then it says in their email that schools have the ability to designate that money. Because we don't have that system this one more year, there is that paragraph down below. The awards this year from the casino for top 10% was the $2,500, and that was different this year. There was more money from the casino, and then your salutatorian got $5,000, and your valedictorian got $6,000. Every student who applies for that gets $1,500, or did last year. It used to be $1,000, and they offered that more. So if you got, if we were in the old system, you wouldn't get $1,500 and $2,500 to be top 10%. You'd only get the $2,500. So the way we have worked this is they take that extra money, the $25,000, $5,000, and $6,000, and they put that together. Any student who applies for the scholarship gets $1,500, and then you can see the rest is divided into the summa, magna, and cum laude. If a student's not in the top percent and does not have that LOD designation, they only get the $1,500. Okay, so we take and we divide the numbers because we have more than one student who becomes the highest. Last year we had 3, and then 2, I believe, and then I think we had a total of 7 kids in the LODs last year, and that money was divided between the money for top 10% salutatorian and valedictorian that the casino awards was divided amongst those with the.
You really can't say that.
That's what was done. There's no reason not to
Because-
say it.
Well,
So I wouldn't want to not put that out there is what I mean. Does that make sense?
okay.
I wouldn't want to be transparent about it. That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, well, say that again.
Well, I heard you say, well, you can't
No.
say that, but I don't want to be not transparent
Yeah,
about the situation. That's why I'm saying
Okay,
that.
so say it again.
That the money that is in the top 10% salutatorian and valedictorian designation by the casino is the money that's given to the LODs. Cum laude, summa cum laude, and magna cum laude. It's divided into those groups. With the magna at the top, whichever one's
No,
the highest.
Summa.
Summa. It's correct in the book. So,
So, but what you said sounds like, I'm just
Yes,
saying,
ma'am.
because this really irritates me.
okay.
It's a done deal, but I'm just putting it out there. That the casino gives you basically $11,000 if you have a salutatorian and a valedictorian.
Mhm.
And you said you split that up between what we have, the lots.
So they take what we do is we take the money for those three categories, the 6, the 5, and the 2,500.
Right.
That money, and we divide that amongst the lots.
Then how did the top students get like $7,500? Two people got $7,500, two got $6,500. When they only give you $11,000 for the top two spots.
So let's talk about the bucket of money. Okay, this is what I believe happened based on the information I've been given. The casino says, I'm gonna give you $2,500 for 10%, okay? How do we calculate the 10%? Is it just like we have 180 students, so 100 or 18 times 2,500? Let's go with that, okay?
Yep.
And then you have that money that was awarded, so that goes into the bucket.
Yep.
And then you have a 5,000 for
Uh-huh.
salutatorian that goes into the bucket and a 6,000. So
Yes,
I think last year it totaled 37,000.
something like that.
Okay. And then you took that money, not you, but the money was.
Right. We took that money.
the money and we divided it amongst the cum laudes, like
Yep.
those three sections.
The lots, yeah.
I call them SMC because it's so
Perfect.
much easier
Yes,
for me to
yeah.
say that. Okay, so there was 2, I believe, at the top. 2, okay, when I say eligibility and what was
Yeah.
actually given. So
Yeah.
I don't know that it was actually.
So those who
There may,
applied are
exactly, there
eligible.
may have been people that were eligible, but that's not who got it,
Right.
you know,
They had
because
to
of the
apply.
application.
Yep.
So 2, 2, and 2
I believe
for
that's right.
each category, so there was a
Yes.
total of 6. But we got that money from those 10%ers, but those 10%ers were
Didn't get
forgotten
the money.
about. And so,
They got the 1,500
But
that
they
was
were
awarded
top,
to everyone.
they're the top
Everybody got the
10% and
1,500.
they
I
should
know,
have got
And
anybody
I'm
who
not-
applied,
and
yes.
and I'm not saying this is on you, I'm just
Right.
simply explaining for knowledge for everybody's understanding what we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So one of my concerns with this is that we're using the 10%ers to put money in our collection bucket from the casino, but we're not actually giving it to them. And
I
that's,
can
I
see
don't
that
think that's
concern.
right. I think if we're using them for the funding of it, I think they should be getting it.
Okay.
So,
Isn't that what we said we'll do this year?
I don't know what,
I don't think we came to a conclusion.
I think this is,
We just
So
want
this
language
is
to go.
last year,
yes, one more year.
SMC.
Yeah.
Last year.
Mhm.
Next year, it's back to 10% salutatorian and valedictorian. And the way that will work next year is if there are 2 that are valedictorian and they've met all the other and they score exactly the same on everything, the money for valedictorian
They'll split it.
will split in half, so they'll get 3,000 each.
But the other
That makes sense?
variable that's a little concerning to me or I need clarification around
Yeah.
is that in our handbook, there's two issues with the handbook thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so in our handbook it says that the only eligibility for top 10%, this is the 23-24 handbook. I
Mhm.
don't know if it's in the 24-25, about 10% eligibility. It still makes you do the Kansas Scholar.
Yeah.
But can we just get rid of that part? Like if that keeps kids from getting the money? Like I'm trying to understand, it seems like we're using it to the 10% to get the money from the casino. And then we're only giving it to a smaller amount that even meets that 10% qualification that's still in Kansas Scholars. I just feel like for that situation, any kid that's in the 10% should just be getting the money.
Okay.
I'm talking to you like you have any, I mean, I'm just.
I mean, we can sit and make that
Yeah.
decision.
And so what
The
that
only-
would do, that would eliminate it, so what the way I've thought it through in my mind, so let's just do the 10% by itself. If you were 10%, you get that. Like, why would we want to turn the money away from the casino? We want to help the number of kids, right?
Right.
So then we're left with the 5 and 6.
Mhm.
So we're at 11. So if then we divide that, in my opinion, between those 3 SMCs, and if we would have done that last year, instead of certain kids, like 2 kids got like 7,000, 2 kids got 6,000, 2 kids got like 4,000 something. Then if we would have done it this way, each kid would have gotten around $1,800. And I feel like that would have been probably
Even-
more.
So, just so I'm hearing you.
I just divided it by 6.
Right,
you
so,
can
but it
divide
wouldn't
however you
matter
want.
if Blair is magna cum
Mhm.
and Kellyanne's summa cum and Nora is just regular.
Yeah.
They'd all get the same money.
I'm saying you can divide that 11,000 however you want. But I don't think we should be using those 10%ers to collect money and not even giving it to them.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I thought we decided to get the
That's-
10% this one last year.
that's just my thoughts, but
I'd like to know how much in, when we had 14 of those lottery people, how much money those people got.
Well,
That was before you, I think.
this whole system I inherited.
Yeah, poor guy, poor man.
But that is what, like, I know there was a class before I came, there was, like I said, 14 of them.
14.
And if you just take that $6,000 and divide it by 14, they don't get the 1,500.
That's how it goes.
Maybe
They
that's
get-
where it came from.
They get $3 or whatever it is if there's 14 of them. And so that is the reason for the Kansas Scholar, because it helps differentiate
I see.
students.
Okay, so
Because
even
if I like, for example, I didn't take any college classes, I didn't take any AP classes, I just went to school. I graduated, doing great. My brother, he took all of those, right? And so if I had a 4.5 and he had a 4.4, I would be valedictorian and he wouldn't, and he'd done all the harder work, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And so we have to figure out a way to graduating with honors the hard work you put in, right? So that's where we're rocking a hard place for no better.
It just feels like we're using the casino to get the 10%, but then we're not giving it to the actual 10%.
I can see that.
And maybe that's, and I know it says there's a disclaimer, we can decide however we want, so I'm not, I just want it to help as many kids as possible, you know? And it just felt like it was really heavy this last year on certain kids getting 7,000, 6,000, 4,000, when it felt like it could have just been divided a little bit more appropriately so it could help more kids. And then the other thing with the handbook was we still have it wrong in our current
Online.
handbook.
The one online.
Yes, the
Yeah.
24-25.
It's-
Did you talk to him? Okay.
Yeah, it's fixed.
It's
And
fixed
he
now?
has it.
Okay.
We talked about it today, so.
Yeah.
Fixed
So-
it and sent it on to you. Put it on, so it's good.
Perfect. I just wanted to make that known. That was changed.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, my mistake.
No, I just, it's important for me because it was, if I was a parent in that last handbook and I saw
Words.
it was wrong, I would wonder why my child didn't qualify under
makes
those different written standards. So I just wanted it to be on the record that there was a mistake, that we are fixing it, and we're trying to remedy it, so that way we're all transparent about it. So.
Any other questions?
So do we require action on this? Like, do we have, what are we doing about this topic?
We can either switch it in the handbook to the correct thing. It was wrong in the 23-24.
I'm sorry, I mean this 10%
10%.
language.
Oh, then
thought
we
we
probably,
decided.
the board as a whole needs to decide whether you want Mr. Nance to go revise this, what you want it to look like, and then he can bring it back in November. Or it's whatever the majority of the board feels is how it should be. The whole purpose of this is to try to put some solid language in so that when we get to May, we're not feeling like we were last year, so.
It'll be remedied in next year,
It will
right?
be.
It'll all
Yep,
be
it's just
gone.
taking care of it
Just
this
next
year.
It'll be,
Just language, one-time language for this year, so. So if you want him to go back to the drawing board from what he gave you today with this feedback, then he can adjust that language and have it for you in November. We still got plenty of time to get through this, so.
I mean, I've already
It's
said
just
my
a top
piece, you guys
10%.
can say what you
I really thought we had this discussion, we all decided that this year we'd do the top 10%, but. I think my problem is I talked to the lady at the casino and she gave me a different story than she gave other people. And then just hearing all kinds, I talked to, people on the casino board. You just get lots
I
of
went back
answers
to
and
the
we have
email
the-
that she sent, that I got last year and read that because these numbers were increased last year. And so we took that direction from that email. Because our system doesn't fit their system, right? So that's where
Anyway,
we drew that from. I didn't call her.
yeah,
So.
see what she told me. Evidently, we aren't gonna get a 10% this year.
I would just like to see those kids get 10% this year. The 10%ers that meet the qualifications, I would like to see, have them get something. That's really my only.
What's anybody else think? Because obviously me and Sarah spoke up, but if anybody else thinks it's okay, then.
I was also surprised to hear that it wasn't the top 10% getting the top 10% money. My question is, with the position that we're in now, where we're gonna go from one system to the next, is
If you were in
changing
that
it
top
for a
10%, you
year.
would think so. I mean, I'm just saying.
My
And what happens if we have 14 again
well,
this year?
we
and
won't have
need that-
14 because
We've added the.
well, there's in my opinion, there's some safety things in there with high ACT scores, which are hard to get, and some of those safeguards. But my niece was in the top 10%. She didn't, I love her to death, but she didn't do the work and didn't want to do the work that those kids who really wanted to complete that did. And so I feel bad looking at, you take $6,000 and if you've got 5 kids, they get $1,100 a piece or something like that. That's less than a kid who just applies gets.
It's really
So-
not.
That happened when my nephew was,
I
when
believe
Carson
that.
was in school.
But it's just a hard system.
JC
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, with the system that we're in, there's a lot more to it than just getting the top. What, this year would have been 11?
But even looking at next year,
Yeah.
right? If our valedictorian, if we have 15 kids who are driven to do all the things and the final decider is, the ACT score and we've got 5 of them that have the 29 or whatever.
Didn't we take that out for next year? Some of those.
I think it's still in there, I can't remember right now, but you've got 5 of them that split that money, And so that's just, I don't know, just a concern I have.
More for discussion later.
Yeah, I just don't know what the answer is.
Well, we have a few months. Let's just rest.
Table it, think about it, bring
Just
it back
table it
next
right now
month.
and think about it, yeah.
Do that.
So
That's awesome.
to answer that, Pat, it's the ACT is ACT score is not a number; it's a tiebreaker. Right. So
Right.
if there's a tie between
Next-
you and
next
me,
year.
and yours is higher than mine, then
Yeah.
that's
That'd
what
be
it
a
is.
tiebreaker, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
29 currently for the highest classification.
So you want
Anything
that brought back next month with the same language?
Just a couple months, you know, just
Yeah, so we can think about it.
Just so you can think
Yeah.
about it and then bring it back as is for next month.
Are you guys go okay with that?
I am.
Okay,
We'll have a discussion about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, sir. You're still up.
Okay. Next up, Wellington High School early graduates.
Just got
Oh,
today.
This is
Yeah.
an easy one now.
Yeah, this is an easy one. So you have every year, for those of you who are new, the students who are wanting to complete that semester, not graduate a semester, but complete that semester. The high school principal always puts that before you for approval for those students. And so the students, Mr. Nance has put those before you for action or discussion and then further action later on down the road, depending on how you guys want to handle that. So
Do these students come to you and say they want?
They fill out an application
Okay.
because.
No, you make it.
And it's something that I go through them with, because they want to graduate early and move on, that's awesome. I don't want them to miss out on the experiences of high school either.
Right.
So they know that they can still come to prom, they still walk, that's expected of them.
Okay.
But yeah, we have a pretty in-depth conversation about what's your plan, right? Talk to me about why you're maybe going to work. You're gonna start school early. Great, or you're joining the military. There's some of those out there, but it's not a. Oh, yeah, Bob, you want to sign up for that? Great. It's a conversation, and make sure their parents are aware, and that we have those contacts as well.
So we'll look, possibly do a motion to approve this. Everyone's comfortable.
I move we approve the early graduates for 24, 25.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Is that actually something the board has to approve?
Because they're graduating before their allotted time in. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have to finish their 7th semester.
Okay.
Done? Thank you.
All right, next up, Wellington Middle School gym divider.
yeah, so we Kelly and Ellie are both here, and they can speak to this, but we did not get a quote unfortunately in time for the board meeting.
So basically, we got sent off for the gym divider for the volleyball games and so forth. But what we've run into, we had one company actually come down and meet with us. The other two have yet to do that. When they looked at it, and Ellie, you can jump in anytime. When they looked at it, the way the middle school's volleyball nets are designed is a little bit different than the majority of them. I don't know if it's because the basketball court's just a tad bit smaller, if they need that walkway on both ends since there's not doors at that certain end on the home side over there or what. But if you've noticed at those games is the platform that the officials stand on are joined together, where most volleyball nets have a space in between them so they can raise them up separately, and that's where that gym divider usually goes between the two. And so they're running into some trouble on how they're going to design this, or if they can even design this, since that platform is together, and because they won't be able to run a screen all the way across because the official's stand is in the way, basically. So the quote that we're getting, and he's still trying to get it to me from the one that has showed up, one of his first things he said to us is, this is going to be expensive. That was the very first thing he said. And going off of what the high school currently has, which is only 2 years old, that was what, around $20,000 or something like that.
I believe so, something like
They
that.
put that one up. So you're probably looking at quite a bit more because
You can get some shower curtains.
first of all, it's 2 years old, and then second of all the adjustments they're going to have to do that. But we're not giving up on it. We're still going to get a quote and fill you in on everything.
So are you saying, okay, did I hear you correctly, that the two ref stations,
Yeah.
they're actually combined on the
Yeah,
nets?
they're on one pole.
One pole.
So when
Right.
you drop those nets, they all come down together. Whereas in the high school, you could drop one side and leave one side up. But if you drop them in the middle school, they all come down together. Because it's on one standard, essentially.
So that's another problem they're having if you have that divider, when they do raise the volleyball nets up, now that screen's gonna be, that pole for the screen's gonna be in the way as well, so. They're gonna have to try to design something unique for that situation.
Custom equals expensive.
Yes.
I do have a picture. If you're having a hard time
Yes, I know,
picturing
thank
it.
you.
So that's the
Oh
middle
my
of it.
goodness, I never even noticed that.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about it,
Most
so I
of
just
them are
said it,
separated.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's my daughter right there.
And I realized it was a child in it, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then the other thing they ran into is even if they could put one, this rope here that allows it to come up and down gets in the way. So like they talked about at one point, like having two separate like curtains and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, but then it leaves a huge gap. And so it just doesn't stop everything at that point.
Well,
So,
thank you
yeah,
guys
they're-
for looking into it. I mean, if
Oh,
you can
trust
come up
me.
with something creative, then that'd be great.
Well, and those courts are so close together, like I think it's maybe 6 feet between the two of them or something like that. And
that's the problem.
I
Goals
love
are-
middle school volleyball, but they're not great at passing. And then it's just shank and shank and, yeah, you spend more time stopping a game
Yes.
than you do anything else, so.
Someone fell down, but got hit with the ball. Oh, no, that wasn't the reason they fell down. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Pat, for bringing that up.
So
Bob
Kelly,
fell today.
you'll let us know when you get
Love you, Bob.
the estimate. Okay.
We'll also get you the recording.
Don't worry, I'm sure there'll be
It's
plenty
on
of video
video.
going around.
It'll be on Facebook.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
All right, next up,
Ofties are very rough.
elementary music.
Chad and the very patient Dallas.
Sorry, Dallas.
Just hungry, it's okay. So actually one of the first conversations that Dallas and I had was, hey, whenever the elementary music curriculum comes back up for adoption, can we check out this new Quaver curriculum that I've heard about and I've seen, and then can we ever do that? And then over the Labor Day holiday, he emailed me on Labor Day, I think it was Labor Day, and he said, I can't access the curriculum anymore, can you find out why? And it's because the license did expire. And so I have been working on compiling a list of all of the curriculums and when all of the license expire, but I have to go through every single board minutes, and that's taking lots of time. So I'm about 60% done with that list. So if you ever want to see what I've done so far, you're welcome to look at it.
So maybe we should work on a new system every time we buy a new curriculum.
100%
find some new
that's
way
going to
to-
happen right now.
Okay.
So that's changing as we go. But the last time the elementary music was approved was in 2017. And so that expired on August 31st. And so when I brought that to Adam, Dallas and I talked a little bit. And one of the conversations that we had was, well, let's go ahead and see if we can preview that. We were able to preview that. We met a couple weeks ago, and we said, are there any other things that you'd like to look at while we're doing that? They preferred looking at that. One of the things that Dallas did too is he reached out to the company and said, hey, in this preview, I can't access some of these features. Would you be able to and willing to open it up for me? And they said, sure. So they allowed him to access pretty much the full curriculum just in the preview. And in this process, the preview is only available for a month, which it's been more than a month now. And I reached out to them and said, hey, it's going to be on our board agenda. Would it be possible for you just to continue to let us have the preview until the board makes a decision, hopefully sooner rather than later, on what this looks like? The cost estimate to continue what we had before, which is Spotlight on Music, was $5,200 just for this 1 year. And this is cheaper than that. This is $3,600. And so our recommendation would be to use the waiver curriculum for sure for this year, especially as Ebony and Dallas get a better look at all the features and all the things that it does. And our plan would be, as long as they continue to enjoy it as much as they have, to have a multi-year purchase with that, which we'd get a discount on, even cheaper than for the yearly rate. So I don't know if you want to say anything about.
It's just been a big difference. I mean, this is like my third year here, and this has been a game changer in my classroom. My kids are more receptive to it. They're actually, I mean, I'm actually quizzing them on things, and they don't like being quizzed, and they actually like being quizzed on music stuff. But no, it's been night and day difference compared to what I was using. So it's a win-win for me personally. And I think Ebony, I haven't talked to her since our meeting, but I think she's enjoying it too, being her first year here, so, yeah.
If you have to do one or the other, and this is cheaper and you wanna try it anyway, it makes sense to.
I make a motion, we approve the curriculum for 1 year.
Second.
Okay. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed say.
Now let's go home and eat.
Yeah.
Okay, next up,
Thanks for being here.
2024-25 enrollment.
Yes, so our enrollment, preliminary enrollment numbers that I brought you last month unfortunately increased. And so we are down 63 students for the year. I put in your packet 15 years worth of data so you can kind of see how that has gone over time. There's been a couple other years within the last 15 years that this has happened as far as that number of students. Our kindergarten classes that we continue to enroll are smaller than the classes that we are graduating. There are 22 less students in this kindergarten class than there are in the class that just graduated, so that is part of your 63. We also had Ons Place close this last year, and so that is another, we believe, around 20 students that would have been a part of that. And then obviously the continued nature that you see over, my guess is if you pull that back and went further than 15 years, you would continue to see a slow trickle of down, as a lot of the state is seeing as well. We are not alone in that. And so September 20th count has come and gone, and so I'm just putting that in front of the board so that you see where we are at. Obviously, Darcy's not thrilled about that number, so and so just want to make you aware, and obviously goes into our decision making on programs as we move forward. So
How much is it, Jeff? You knew what I was doing. That's $346,500 in state funds. And for any, Darcy had to remind me of this. It's a 2-year look back, currently a 2-year look back. So is it an average or just they look 2 years back at our?
I think
The higher of the two.
It's
Yeah,
the
I think it's
higher
the
of the
higher,
two,
yeah.
so, I mean, we're looking if we keep decreasing. It's not gonna necessarily hit us next year, but the year after, it could get us, to the tune of $350,000. Also be warned, there have been bills in the legislature to take away the 2-year look back. So luckily that didn't go through last year, but if it would go through this year, that would hit us next year. That's what scares me. And I've said it before, in a KSB training that I did, they made it very clear that only 10% of Kansas schools are increasing, and those are in your metro areas. People aren't living in rural areas like they were. And the overall birth rate, that was something that they just said over and over, the overall birth rate in the state of Kansas is down. People just aren't having as many kids as they used to. They can't afford to have as many kids as they used to. So we're naturally gonna see that decline. It's not just us. Just stinks.
I can tell you I had a meeting of all the we take turns hosting, but I had a meeting of the county superintendents. We hosted this week, and they all basically said for our county, the open enrollment thing, as I've told you, was pretty much a joke. I mean, we already kind of had open enrollment between all of our districts anyway, so people were already pretty much going where they wanted to go. So anybody that was a part of that process was pretty minimal across. So
Probably impacts our funding more, cause if we lost on kids, we get a little bit more for some of their funding.
you like some of the waiting and for at risk.
So it probably impacted.
Oh, yeah, and I feel like I had a discussion with Jen that, I don't know, there was some way that we weren't getting all of that. I can't remember, but you're right, there is some there.
Yeah, and any of the weightings, like if any special education weighting, if they were taking CTE classes, then CTE weight, I mean, there's always weighting with a lot of those students as well. So, hopefully a year from now I'm reporting something more positive, but that's what it is for this year. That will always be something that I report to you in October after the September 20th count, and I'll try to give you preliminary numbers before, unless you don't want me to, because it gets your hopes up before the next meeting, and then it brings you crashing down, so maybe it's better to wait till October. So, but that is you're welcome to. That document is pretty interesting to look at, actually, the 15-year. If you look at that over time, it's pretty interesting. So.
Ready to move on?
Do it.
All right, elementary enrollment.
Okay, elementary, one of the district goals that the board put in place, that has been a district goal for discussion in past boards as well, is the concept of our continued decreasing enrollment and our elementary schools. I did put the kind of our current makeup across the district in your packet. And so you have that. The board can take this discussion wherever you want to. This has been a topic that's been discussed on and off for years now. And so there's a lot of old board data that was in there. I really thought to keep it simple, to start the conversation anyway. We can bring you whatever we need to, but the last time this was discussed was a year ago. The board was coming up with open enrollment policies to put into place, which then got changed after the legislative session anyway. But at the time, the two kind of policy ideas we put in your packet that were out there. And that was just to generate, and those aren't being put out there as a, we're asking you to pick one of these. Those just to generate kind of the last time this was talked about, the concepts that were out there. At the time, we were talking about whether the board wanted to stay with neighborhood schools and what that might look like, and a way to stay in neighborhood schools but also adapt things. So within that policy, you will see one of the ideas we came up with at the time was to have a in-district transfer system where essentially people from our community we designed it just like the legislature designed the other thing, but essentially before the open enrollment system happens from non-residents, to have essentially a internal residential transfer system that was put in there. That's not something the board was interested in, but that was in there. The other thing that we brought up at that time as part of that plan was to extend, instead of having all of our students transported to Eisenhower, to extend the boundaries infinitely into the country, and then have those students that were in those areas bused into that elementary school instead of everybody going to Eisenhower. And I did have a conversation a year ago with Durham about how that might look, and they were good enough for me to put that in a proposal. So at the time, we were trying to come up with ideas on how that would look. That still includes your 4 elementary schools. That doesn't fix, massive problems, but it does provide, a little bit more adjustment. Thought process was you still have the 4 areas. Those kids are being bused to your closest area instead of all to Eisenhower, and then also within the district there was a transfer system that people could request other schools if they chose to. So, and then the other one that we put in there that was being discussed at the time was attendance centers, and which then if somebody from non-resident, like if you have somebody from Oxford who's a 3rd grader and they come here, if we're in attendance center, they go to the 3rd grade building. So there's not even deciding which elementary school they go to. But it was split up, going to 3 elementary schools with a kindergarten and 1st grade building, a 2nd and 3rd grade building, and then a 4th and 5th grade building. So your classes would come in as kindergartners, they would stay together as students their entire career. And then your 4th building would then be used to start the district starting the process of birth to preschool services and having the space to do so. And then we would have to design however that looked. So those were the concepts at the time that we were looking at. And so that just kind of, I threw that out as just ideas. That's not, obviously those policies don't fit us currently. That was all for open enrollment, but that was the last time the board discussed this topic. And I know it's a difficult topic to discuss, but that is basically put in there to be a driver for where does the discussion go from here, essentially.
Do you know how many kids are bused in from out of town?
From out of town? Or you mean from the country?
Mm-hmm.
Last I knew, of course, Charity's not here tonight, but it was around 60 something.
For some reason, I'm thinking 67.
Yeah, that's what I have in my head. I can get you official numbers for this year.
I mean, it's just a good estimate, but if we rerouted them and placed them, split between just instead of going to Eisenhower, going to all 4 elementaries, would that bring up enough for the lower classroom sizes that we're facing, and not have to change the whole district? You know what I'm saying? But are we able to?
We looked at it, but I don't know where the information is.
I don't think it made that big of a difference.
It
That's
didn't?
what I'm
Okay.
thinking.
Yeah, I don't think it did.
One thing was to move, send bus kids to Kennedy instead of Eisenhower. That would fill up a lot of
But you're looking
classrooms.
but if you look at some of Kennedy's numbers coming up right now, I mean, they're just almost as high as Eisenhower, the younger group.
Yeah. Not really.
30.
21 in
They've got
1st grade.
80 kids less at Kennedy than Eisenhower.
Yeah.
And you've got 3 classrooms.
Yeah,
Which is one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you look at the lower ones coming
And will
up.
we be making them make that change right now, or would it be incoming students? So would it even make an impact?
You'd have to make it now, you couldn't, you'd have to make it
Next year,
next year, yeah.
And then what do you do about grandfathering then?
Yeah, no, that just crossed my mind too.
What's the green restructured position mean?
There's no class there.
There's no class.
There's no class there, yes.
Go to one class.
So if we have a full across the district, we're traditionally set up to have 7 teachers of each grade level. Two at Kennedy, 2 at Lincoln, 2 at Eisenhower, and then 1 at Washington for each grade level. So the district is set up to have the 7 because there was not any, and this was not popular. I mean, got lots of scowls, but because we weren't making any moves in this area, one of the things that we had to make tough decisions on and continue to is I have conversations with Eisenhower's always been full enough that we haven't had to do anything, but both with Chris at Lincoln and Joel at Kennedy each year, we're looking at class sizes and trying to decide whether we need 1 teacher or 2 teachers. We are right half the time and wrong half the time because by the time kids get here in the fall and we have some enrollees, then we have to make the decision early and then suffer the consequences later. I know that's Joel's in his brain right now, just scowling at the back of my head. So, no, but it's tough decisions. We make them together, and it's not easy, and then we just deal with what we have to deal with. So,
I think this is like a work session issue because it's so big.
Yeah, and that's fine too.
I mean,
The thing we're facing is we're seeing that trend go down. I mean, look, we just lost from last year to this year in kids, and if it keeps, yeah, I mean, it's going to be the point where
the other consideration is if the district is going to either continue working with futures or come up with its own programs or however that works, from getting into the process of birth through preschool, where do those programs go? Currently, we have, just because Kennedy is low and we've been able to make a couple green spots there, we have had futures have a couple of preschool classrooms at Kennedy. That's not, it's been a good partnership, but it's also not tied in as well as everybody obviously would like it. And I know that puts a little bit of stress on Kennedy as a building because the other district schools are not running preschools, and so that's oddball for them. But Joel and his staff do a great job of trying to, keep all that.
when you say birth or whatever, you're talking daycare, right? I mean,
All the above.
but yeah, daycare, not just like.
Daycare,
No, yeah.
parents as teachers, and also preschool.
I think that's gonna be really important to our future, and I think that's a big way that we can bridge the gap between district and parents. Is forming that relationship early, so I would love to focus on how we can make that happen and do it in-house.
Yeah, it could also be a great teacher recruiting piece for us if we're able to offer daycare for some younger folks coming to town. So.
And looking at these numbers, and I know it's not popular, to be honest, before I was on the board, I was kind of on the fence. I didn't know about neighborhood schools versus attendance centers. And the more I see, like even just looking at these numbers, if we went to attendance centers, we'd actually be evening buildings out a little bit more.
Well, the nice thing about attendance centers is because we know the class sizes, we're able to adjust our teaching population because we know the classes that are coming through and how big they are, and so you're able to adjust that as you go. But there's positive about all of it, and it's a tough conversation. So.
I mean, numbers are scary.
We're gonna have to have a tough conversation. We're just gonna have to, and attendance centers, it doesn't make sense for a lot of reasons, but it makes so much sense for a lot more reasons.
I think more teachers that I have talked to are, and I'm sure there are some that don't agree, I'm not saying that everyone does. But I've talked to several teachers that I'm hearing more and more that they're thinking you can spread out behaviors. Everyone gets the same education, everyone. I think there's just so many reasons to really consider it.
How are you gonna do the logistics of getting the kids there? That's gonna be the,
That's the thing that I think is the biggest negative to it. And then I wonder if you did something like that, could you add an in-town bus route? Would that be possible?
That's why.
And would that help with our attendance problems?
That's why I think this is just too big to finish tonight. I mean,
Oh, yeah, we're not gonna finish it tonight.
I know, so
Yeah,
that's why I'm
no.
saying, there's no, we all are just throwing these things out. Let's just plan a session to talk about it and get everybody's ideas and brainstorm and, you know, cause it can't, I don't wanna just be the one making the decision. I want.
Yeah, I think we'd have a work session, and I don't necessarily think we have to include the admin, but I'd like their input on it. I'd like to see what the principals are saying in the building, see what they're favoring and the pros and cons. They're there every day, and I mean, I'd hate to do something and really tick them off too, but I think it's pretty good to hear what they have to say.
Isn't that what we, several years ago at the high school, when we had the public, wasn't it about
When I got
attendance
destroyed in the
takers?
town hall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've had some community input.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
It wasn't very popular.
But it's,
And
I think the conversation's changed over time since then, but yeah. I think then it was very fresh and it's like the Band-Aid pulled off, and I think it's become enough of a community conversation over time now, and our teachers and everybody are aware that, I'm not saying everybody's favoring anything, I'm just saying that I think it's less of a dramatic conversation now than it used to be.
So do you wanna schedule that?
We can, yeah, do you guys want a different night than the one you just scheduled, or do you want the? Okay.
And maybe a little further out, cause I need some time to
Sure.
talk, I mean,
That's
just
fine.
We
get
can do
my
that in
mind
November.
around it.
We can schedule something in November.
Or do you wanna do you wanna do bond this month and then get to November and schedule it
We can do that.
in the next meeting?
You guys good with that?
You wanna do that? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll have us to schedule a meeting in the November meeting, so.
I mean, are there any timeframes that we need to keep in mind for something like this? Deadlines?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
I think you need to make the right decision for your community, and I will tell you that what often happens in these situations is we start going, okay, well, what's gonna happen with this, what's gonna happen with this, what's transportation gonna look like, all these detailed things. I purposefully, I want the district team and admin and everything working on their stuff every day. I don't want to, if there's something the board is super interested in, to the point that you want to put your team on gathering a bunch of information and putting a proposal forward, then that's great. I don't want to just spend a bunch of time putting up just to be told no in 5 seconds. That doesn't really use community taxpayer money very well. So
Can we get some communication out there about, low enrollment, and just kind of start the ball rolling so people get an idea that there's not, say, hey, we're making changes, just the fact that enrollment's down, that kind of thing, just get some communication out there.
Sure.
I mean, everybody's looking at me like, would you wanna do that? No.
no, we can do that, yeah.
Instead of just bring it on them. But I'm like you, I
I
think.
just don't know what
we
that
have
looks like. I
leadership.
mean, I want our community to look at our district as in a positive light. I don't know what, hey, we're down 62 kids says to this community. I mean, I don't know how do you advertise that? How do you?
Well, Wichita has, I've read articles that enlighten me about what Wichita's doing, and some schools are up and some,
Like close some schools or a school.
yeah, I mean,
I mean, I guess you could post a link to the data,
Yeah,
right?
I think that's what I was just
actual
thinking,
data.
actually. I think the data would be a good thing to put out there just for interest's sake and not be
I think maybe
dramatic.
have an article written by somebody. Whatever.
That's cool.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go click on something, I'm
Moving
gonna
on.
read something.
I will, I'll bring it up again next month.
Okay. Admin reports.
You guys have anything you wanna?
I
add
actually.
in? Any
this week.
questions
I
for these guys before they
I
leave?
sustained a concussion tonight, so I'm.
We're not gonna trust anything you
Ellen,
say.
why don't one of you share what happened tonight?
Well, at middle school volleyball tonight, we thought it was a good idea to sit on tables that are like leaned up against the wall, where like the mats normally are when you walk into the middle school gym. He just props himself up there and just goes straight down.
Was the gym full?
Yes, it
I guess I don't think anybody saw.
They started the table, go boom, right after you went boom.
Is that on a camera?
Oh, yeah.
Opti's on it.
Okay, good.
Opti's on it.
We'll be there tomorrow.
I texted Opti date and time. Location. God, it was good.
I mean, I'll give you the whole thing.
Lambert's
Are
the
you
only one
okay?
who hooked him up.
That's a good question. Are you okay?
Yeah, no one has
Oh,
that.
I'm fine.
Other than the bruised ego?
My ego's a little.
Okay.
All right, board member comments. Andrea?
Well, I just want to say I've seen kids playing outside at recess before school. I know Lincoln's done that for a while, but I saw that happen at Kennedy, and I thought that was really great. Just kind of give them that chance to wind down a little bit, maybe before they get their brains ready. I have a letter from KSB convention is coming. The 15th to the 17th. This is the proposed changes, and since I'm your delegate, voting delegate, KSB is proposing to make these changes to their constitution. So if you want to look at that and give me any feedback, we'll be casting that vote during the conference on our behalf. And if you want to go, you have till Friday. Deadline Friday. To go to convention. That's all I got.
I just want to say congratulations to Vanessa Sawyer getting recognized. That was really cool. And then also just want to shout out to Cassidy Brungart about how amazing she is as chemistry teacher at the high school, and all of the work that she does, and her passion is very evident, and I know that the kids appreciate it, so she's awesome.
Good.
And then also shout out to Chad. Chad has been helping me with some student status connect stuff, and every time I reach out to you, you're on it, and I know that you stay up late, you work hard, you put a lot of time, so just very grateful for you and very excited that you're part of our district, so.
Agreed. And let's brag about Chad a little bit more. You wanna tell them about your little award you're getting?
Sure. I was nominated by the librarian at the school that I was principal at for a presidential award for the Kansas Library Association. And she called last week and I won, so. Russ asked me for,
You
yeah,
said
I sent,
yes.
I sent him the email that she forwarded me, so.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so that's happening on Halloween.
Yay.
That's all I have.
Okay. I just, I'm gonna brag on my daughter because she was a contender in the Duchess coronation, and want to congratulate Anna Ewing, very good girl, so well deserved, so.
Yeah.
It was a fun week, let me tell you. And a fun couple weeks shopping. We decided to go dress shopping on a Sunday, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Layla and I went to Shields, I'm like, I'm out. There was a line out that door, I'm like, nope, but it was definitely a good time for them, so. Congratulations to all the girls that were nominated, so. That's it.
Okay, I wanted to say congratulations to Officer Allen, the SRO formerly known as Officer Waldschmidt. She got married a couple weeks ago. We have the same anniversary, which I thought was pretty cool. So congratulations to her and her husband. I've been getting updates, and girls golf took regionals. We had 4 in the top 8, which is amazing. So congratulations to them. Quick committee updates. Communications hasn't met because we've had a little bit on Chad's plate with School Status Connect. So
the next, we do need to meet because we need to look at the next potential solution for the community patron piece.
Yeah,
They have.
we were really focused on the school. And so we
Yeah,
need to-
and we thought that they really thought that their idea was going to work, and as I shared with you all via email, that solution caused some other concerns, and so they routed us another solution. As Adam and I talked with Russ last week about their solution, which is ready. We're not 100% sure that that's going to work out for us either, just because of the way in which it would have to be routed. So anyway, there needs to be some more conversation about it before we decide what the next steps are.
I think from a school standpoint, from our standpoint, it took, we have growing pains, of course, as with anything new. But I'm hearing mixed reviews, and I think that as we get used to it, I think it'll only get better. And I appreciate everyone's openness to learning something new.
Can we just do a quick one? I thought you were.
Yeah, go on.
No. Was this the same thing like you guys are working on for the community part, like the rec center we use, like, so everybody has to.
Yeah, we had a solution we thought was going to work, and once we rolled that out, it was brought to our attention that it was not going to work the way that we hoped it would. So we pulled that down that same day. So yeah.
Other committee, the handbook committee met, and we had a very good discussion about the elementary handbook and had it in good shape.
And I do have that in review, by the way. They did accept that review, so yes, no.
And then I saw today that the locker rooms had concrete, so making some progress.
Yeah, but I can't park there anymore.
Sorry, Bob.
Sorry, Bob. Walk. So, like seeing progress on that.
We still won.
Huh?
We still won.
Yeah. Due to wheat planting and fall harvest, I've been off the planet for a while and will remain so for probably another 30 days. Don't have anything to offer.
Okay. Brandon said homecoming was really awesome. My granddaughter was up, and my other granddaughter did lots of work putting it all together. It takes everybody. And from the subject of homecoming, I am. Is there any way we could maybe look at the homecoming dance? You just hear so much. You charge, and then they don't get there till 10:30. It's over at 11. I personally know my kids was over at midnight because their curfew was midnight, and I moved it to 12:30 so they could go to the dance, stay till 12 and come back. And then I'm like, okay, you guys, if it was at 12, you had longer when you got there, that'd be good. No, because the music they get is, and they've said that. Hope some people aren't listening that have done our music before, but they've said that for a long time.
So they, Miss Bristow, because of the time, decided not to charge. She refunded anybody who.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I'm
I just
not
heard
gonna
that.
put that out there on Facebook when they're saying those things, but yeah, she did not charge.
So
and Miss
she didn't charge ever, or she charged and
So
then
she
they
charged,
got refunded?
and then the football, it didn't start till
Okay.
10:30. So she said, hey, we're not charging, and gave the money back. So I know they were issuing those.
So.
I don't plan the dances, so
And
Miss
who
Bristow
does? I mean, I
does.
know the Christmas one, the Honor Society does, is that correct?
Miss Bristow is our student council representative,
Okay.
and she plans that. So that is something we can talk to her about. Look at talking with the kids on, the date and things like that. It's good to have it after, or actually have a homecoming when kids dress up.
Well, this was an abnormally long game too. Like this wasn't a complaint last year after.
Well, it really has been.
It wasn't last year, but they
Well-
were fine, and we had a bunch of kids leaving the dance early last year, but this
But
was
they
just
don't
a
have
really
time to go
long
home and
game.
shop. I mean, it's always been it. Anyway, if you go to 12 o'clock, that would help. I don't know if I got moved to 11 o'clock. That's just like crazy to me, but anyway.
It could
It's better than
until-
having it on Saturday. You want
I think the
It's
best
just-
thing to do is to give the feedback to Miss Bristow and her group and have them look at that, 'cause she's responsible for homecoming in the spring.
Yeah, I think
So-
we need to look at that, because I heard a lot of complaints too.
So she and her group can look at that, because they plan it and we can give them that feedback.
Then, I've told this to Ellie before, but several times, but the Powder Puff, if you went, it was amazing. I mean, just see those kids out there, tons of boys, the coaches and just the classes, camaraderie between them was all healthy and it was productive. She was the announcer, so it was hilarious and accurate at the same time. They had they had a referee that was pretty accurate, except some people thought that he was more lenient towards his own daughter, but I don't know about that. They spent the whole evening and then getting ready for it, and there's not very many teachers that I know nowadays, or people in any job, that will just on their own take the extra time. I mean, it's Saturday night, just do it without asking for extra pay or, that's a big deal. And so, I just want to thank her and let everyone know that it was done and that she deserves some, applause or whatever. But, then who donated this? Jared Brown donated, several things, up to over $600 worth of stuff to
Yeah, he
the
bought
bank.
the shirts.
The bank.
He bought the shirts.
Yeah.
In fact, and that was all to Kyla and Gregory and Lindy going and pitching their idea.
Yeah.
They,
So.
kids ran with it, I just
A shout out to
supervised
him.
it, so really
so-
was all the kids.
Something to do on a Saturday night. It was very, very good.
Well,
Then,
more on those lines, Pat, we were just like her spending her entire afternoon or night there
we
with
got her
them.
too.
But no. But we golfed together that day and Saturday also, so we were together from 11. Ellie showed up late to golf because she was setting up the football field. And then all 18 holes, she was also on her phone with somebody in this school district. Like literally, I'm like, Ellie, put your phone away. You can tell people you're off, but she was literally on the phone. Yeah, one of them was Mr. Hatfield, yeah, and then somebody else, and then it's back to Mr. Hatfield, and then somebody trying to get into the field. But every time she'd have to go take a stroke, she'd have to put her phone down, hit, and then pick it up and continue the phone call. So
I know you
she's
put
really
in some time
going
too. Ann was
above and
there,
beyond.
and she was the spotter or.
I just was DJ.
DJ, yeah, I'm trying to. I had to text Ellie and say, turn it down.
I couldn't hear it in the booth,
Yeah,
so I couldn't tell how loud it was.
But anyway, thank all of you guys. And now I was gonna talk about
And her
Vanessa.
video was amazing.
And I was halfway about the webpage and we're gonna get that going. I'm good.
Should have been opening the theme song.
All right. Executive session.
Oh,
Go ahead.
before I wanted to say something about Linda Yates, who just passed. Longtime employee and Stephanie Lawrence's mother, who works here, and amazing human being. So I just wanted to say something about that.
Do we need extra time for a bathroom break?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna go to executive session for student matters, to include Adam and Chad for 20 minutes. We'll reconvene at 9:07.
How many minutes did you add for us?
Fine. Can I get a motion?
Oh, yeah, motion, or, yeah, make a
Can I get
motion.
a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say. Was taken. We need to go back into executive session for negotiations, include Adam, Chad, and Darcy for 15 minutes. We'll resume at 9:22.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Whatever year.
red shoes, all came from the drama
Okay,
department.
we're back in open session, no action was taken. We need to go back into executive session for non-elected personnel to include Adam, Chad, and Darcy for 15 minutes. We'll resume at 9:37.
So moved.
I took this off.
Second.
Motion,
Just
got a
not feeling
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed say. Okay.
I wanted to take that.
Okay, we're back from executive session, no action was taken.
I would like to make a motion to amend our classified staff bereavement leave policy to include the employee's immediate family shall include spouse, partner, mother, father, brother, sister, children, grandchildren, grandparents, mother-in-law, father-in-law, and I would like to include daughter-in-law, son-in-law, brother-in-law, sister-in-law.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same? Alright,
Thank you.
next up, the action item, negotiated agreement.
I have something I'd like to say.
Okay.
I want to talk about concerns that I have with the recent negotiation process that we had with the WNEA. I have a deep respect for educators, but I found that the process was very disheartening. I felt that as if we were fighting a losing battle. The WNEA was very adamant that we need to increase our base salary to attract new teachers, but would not consider an increase in the base that would have done just that. Instead, the offer they preferred was one that not only keeps our scale tipped to the right side, where our teachers are some of the highest paid among the other districts we compare to, but also keeps that base number one of the lowest. In the end, I felt the increase in every cell that we gave into does not do anything to move our district salaries across the board to a good place. Another point of contention was the insurance. I can't tell you how many hours I spent in insurance committee meetings, often leaving my own job to attend. The focus of the committee was to find the best solution we could, and I know we did that. We moved as fast as we could, and we made a recommendation to the board via a special meeting as soon as possible. I heard a lot of anxiety coming from the other side with how this process went, but I think everyone involved truly did their absolute best to give us the best chance at improving our health insurance offerings in the long run. And even though there wasn't a tremendous decrease this year, there was still a decrease, and with the increased benefits, I'm very excited about HIC and the plan they designed for our staff. Unfortunately, what I thought was going to be well received has been cast as another downfall. It's extremely frustrating to spend hours in negotiation only to feel beaten down at the end. The way that our board is portrayed feels outdated and unfair. I feel like this board, all of us in our combined efforts, are committed to supporting our teachers and providing the best for our students. Yet we are faced with financial realities that cannot be ignored. The agreement reached puts us in a difficult financial position, impacting our ability to serve both our staff and our students effectively in the future. We need to make hard decisions in the coming months that none of us should take lightly, and I hope that our stakeholders see our acting, or that we are acting in the best interest of our students and our staff. It's crucial that we work together more collaboratively and transparently, recognizing the shared goal of putting kids first while maintaining the financial health of our district.
I've had a lot weighing on me in the last week. Yes, Wellington needs to continue to improve our teacher pay scale. We have to stay competitive with other districts. There's no question about that, and it's going to take a lot of work to make changes to free up money in our budget. I believe we have a board that is willing to look for ways to make the district run more efficiently. But those changes take time. This year we were working with only our increase from the state, and it didn't go far enough. I personally went into negotiations with rose-colored glasses. I thought being upfront and honest about our financial abilities, we could eliminate some of the back and forth. I still believe that the 3.5%, our negotiations team went above what was safe from a budgetary standpoint, given what we had to work with. I'm truly concerned with how we will make 4% work this year. I spoke honestly and from the heart when I said, if that our teachers deserve so much more than the 3.5 that we were able to offer. But it was the best that we could do. And in turn, we were accused of lying and making threats. I hear all the time that there's a problem with the culture within our district. We're fighting with an us versus them mentality, whether it's the board or admin versus staff or district versus the parents. I hear all the time that there's no trust, and it's time that we break that cycle. But we can't break the cycle if we continue like this. And spreading lies about the character and integrity of those that are trying to forge these changes is only widening the divide. I'm told not to take it personally. That's just negotiations. But how are we supposed to change the culture if this is what we've come to expect as the norm? Last week was hard on me personally. I was ready to give up. No one should be raked over the coals the way that we were, just for speaking truthfully. But I was given some great advice. Don't let this experience ruin kindness and honesty for you. And I am not going to let it. That was a promise I made when I ran for this position, and I'm hell-bent on keeping it. As for my promise to put our kids and educators first, I do that every single time I sit here and I work in the capacity as a Board of Education member, and if you do not believe that, then you do not know me as a person. We have a lot of work to do, and it's not going to happen overnight, so expecting it to happen in a 5 to 9 month period is unrealistic. Each of us up here were given 4 years because that's how long it takes to make an impact. And I'm going to keep trying my damnedest over the next 3.5 to make the district the best that it can be. But it's going to be a team effort. And we've got to start working together and not against each other.
Thanks, Jess. All right, so we need a motion to approve the negotiated agreement.
I make a motion to approve the negotiated agreement as presented.
Okay, we have a motion, can I get a second? Okay, we got a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. Okay, next.
I just wanted to say I voted because we've got to put this to rest. I am very concerned, as I said about before.
That's the consent agenda.
Okay, here we go. Approve the minutes of the September 9th meeting and the September 30th special meeting. Approve payroll and bills, $1,105,924.65. Bills, $650,517.99. Personnel, approve new hires. Camille Maxwell, para at Kennedy. Megan Betson, speech para at Lincoln. Miranda Rodriguez, bilingual para at middle school. Beverly Sellers, esports assistant coach at the middle school. Resignations, Kimberly Morgan, para at Kennedy. Tyler Brown, para at the high school. Ashley Shuck, assistant softball coach at the high school. Approved transfers position changes. Billy Terry, WHS PM custodian to night lead custodian. And approved superintendent to attend the AASA conference in New Orleans on March 6th through the 9th.
Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion, can I get a second? We need a second.
Second.
We got a
That's not
second.
very good.
All those in favor say aye.
No.
Aye, anyone opposed, same?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
3-3. All right.
2-4.
No, I'm aye. Let's do that again.
Let's do it again.
Do you want to do a roll? Let's do a voice.
Okay. Brandon Earl.
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels.
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence.
No.
Jessica Seeliger.
No.
Bob White.
Yes.
Pat Zika.
No.
So it's 3-3.
Let's go back to executive session. We were laughing when we were in there.
So we ain't gonna pay our bills in this month?
Yeah, I guess I don't understand what happened there.
I would make a motion to go to executive session to discuss non-elected personnel. I guess,
Yeah.
for 10 minutes,
Including
Adam.
Darcy. She's
And
in
Darcy.
negotiation.
Okay, we got a motion,
Second.
got a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same.
We're back here.
Okay, we're back in open session. No action was taken. Final thing tonight, consent agenda.
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same.
Aye.
All right, that's it. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for coming.
It's the sessions for this,